We've got 14 more animals to sell this year than we had last year, so we're going to try to keep the sale moving along quickly so we can get out of here and start here in just a couple minutes.
So that's why I didn't answer. Oh, let's do it right now and then find out what's going on. I got an old barn on my farm. It's a stone wall in the basement and downstairs. And it's about probably maybe 60 feet into the study of the power. Want me to send you some pictures of it?
They had drinks over there.
Yeah, you know.
What's that? Must have had drinks.
I
think so,
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's no windows, but it's pushing on the note house that's built up the front. The farm is in Kendall. I live in Loyalville, it's on my house. Okay.
Okay, folks, at this time we're going to get started with our introductions before the sale. We start off every year. We have a welcome by our fair ambassadors. And this year, I think we also have the state fairs and the fair with us. So, at this point in time, was everyone you young ladies wants to start?
Did we have more than that last year?
Lubbock Road.
No, this is 14 more.
Good evening,
24,
everyone. My name is
329,
and here
Lubbock
I
Road.
have with me the Central Wisconsin State Fair Ambassadors and the State Wisconsin Fairist.
LUBBOCK.
My name is Marvin. Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Commander.
Yep.
I'm Erica Sosnico. And my name is Jessica Lindo. And with us tonight, we have a special guest, and it's the Wisconsin Fairist of the Fair.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kaylee Billingsley, and I'm the 60th Wisconsin Fairist of Fairs. I just wanted to say a quick thank you so much for having me at the Central Wisconsin State Fair. This is my 45th fair since June 28th, so I've been to a couple others, but I'm just so grateful to be here tonight. And one of my favorite events to attend is actually the livestock auction, so I'm so happy I get to see this tonight. But yeah, bid high, bid often, and bid last.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a nice round of applause to the state fair for the fair. Again, this year we're featuring the seating area that we have laid out, something we started a number of years ago, and it's worked out pretty well. This is a special area for the bidders, so we'd like everybody to respect that area, so the bidders are there. They come and they spend a good chunk of money tonight, so we try to provide them a little bit of comfort because they do support the sale tremendously, and we do want to show our appreciation for that. So if you can respect that area and keep it for the bidders, I appreciate it. The meal that we have tonight, bidders, just so you're aware, the meal is prepared and served by the Marshfield FFA alumni, and it's paid for by the exhibitors. So the exhibitors, the kids that are selling animals tonight, are actually being paid for that meal. So I thank you to them. The refreshments that are being made available tonight, I'd like to
I
thank
think I'll write
Pure Oil,
the price there.
Guys Delivery
Buyers there.
Service, and Wisconsin Farms for providing us with the
Yeah, I mean, I normally would do it right here, but
tables
there's
and
not
chairs, the cover
enough
that we
room to
get,
write
we
the
get
bottom.
Village Hardware.
So you're right,
So
the buyer.
thank you to
I'll
them
just,
for
I'll put the
providing
buyer
us
there,
with
maybe
a
the
nice
price
area,
there. That's
for
good.
us to separate out the
Yeah, I was just
buyers
looking,
and
I'm like,
our
I'm not gonna have room.
also
It'll be
like
very
to
tiny.
thank you to the fire department. They come and check us every year to make sure we're safe. So thank you for that. We appreciate your help there. I do want to point out the tentative champions. So you get to the end of the sale, the last 9 animals we sell will be the champion animals. And during the course of the fair, they will be housed in this tent right back over behind me and to my right. So right over there. So if you're interested at all in checking that out, the kids man that tent the whole week. So stop in and say hi and get to see what their animals look like and talk to them about their projects. It's a big accomplishment for them. We'll have the display screen up again over on this side. We've had that for a number of years. It's been a great addition to the sale. Had a lot of positive comments about that. People seem to enjoy that. Like to thank Chuck Kramer for running that and providing that service for us. So,
Matt said, if I never do it again, would I at least do it this year?
Also, want to thank Overholser Auction.
Yes, I will.
They will be sponsoring the checkoffs.
I'm driving courtesy cart.
Promotion checkoffs when you sell animals in the state of Wisconsin. And Overholser Auction is sponsoring that for us this year for the first time. We thank them for that. The
So
carpet
you're
show
still on the
will be held September 3 at Custom Meats in Maryville.
As I moved to
6
Wausau.
o'clock. It's open. If anybody would like to attend that, they're certainly welcome to. It's another great education opportunity for the exhibitors.
volunteer.
All the animals are judged on
What's the
live
Wausau,
basis
huh?
per
Once
year.
I moved to Wausau, then I said, I can't help you much. You know, down here with all the events and drives.
Moved all that way to get out of that responsibility. The only way you can end things sometimes.
Trying to find you.
Well, Bob and I are beat here.
We have this,
I was thinking about that when I drove up here and I thought, where's Bob? Oh, yeah, that's right. I went to the funeral. How could I forget?
Yeah. Matt said you got 3 people to take the place of Bob tonight.
I keep one every
Probably
year.
still mess up.
So thank you, Leah. That's a great thing. And thank you to Heinz and Printing for getting this ready for us on a short-term basis
See
here.
that screen?
Thank you
I've
to
already
Leah
messed up. I
and
get that promotion spray.
At this point in time, I'd like to
2
introduce
turds
Mark
in
Z.
the box.
And he will be
I
making a
picked this turd
presentation
because it's
about the
cleaner.
Supreme
So we
Showmanship.
figured out it's made to be projected to from behind.
Supreme Showmanship.
If you go on the other side, you can read it better.
Oh,
It's too late to change.
yeah, I hope I can see it.
Well, they switched. All the stuff you need to go to the
Okay, all right, good, good.
Two species, sheep, beef, and swine, and then we bring them back here today and they show all 3. And they compete against one another, showing sheep, beef, and swine, and we end up selecting the top showmen. So this is our 5th year doing this contest, sponsored by the Pittsfield, Marshall, and Auburndale FFA alumni, Working family, the Z family, the Forsyth family, and the Alley family as well. We sponsor this contest. These are the 5 contestants. We're missing one sheep that we back to school here today. These are our contestants. One of the things I do want to point out this year, we have shirts for all the
I'd say have fun, but I know better.
See you later, Bill.
is all of the flyers from last year laid on the back of the t-shirt. So that's pretty awesome. Thanks for the family that put that together. And thank you for doing that more promotion for the flyers. As far as the contest, we have 3 finalists. They were 4th, 5th, and 6th place, no particular order. They each get a $50 check tomorrow. We have Mallory Steepers, Emma Cuttinger, and Catherine Cotis. Mallory came out of the swine division, Emma came out of the beef, and Catherine came out of the sheep division. So those were the finalists for 4th through 6th. In 3rd place, we have Brendan Corson. She will be receiving a $100 check. In 2nd place, we have Gracie Hospital on the swine division. She'll be receiving a $200 check. And 1st place winner is Elena Howie. She'll be receiving a $300 check. And she received this awesome belt buckle that she's got on. Everybody wants that belt buckle right there. Go around the bar. And so congratulations to the 6 exhibitors. You did an awesome job today. Thank you for coming. Hope the meal was great. Everybody took care of themselves for the invite to this wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and congratulations to all the winners of the Supreme Showmanship. This time I'd like to introduce Jason Bernick, the Market Animal Sale President, to give a welcome on behalf of the Market Animal Sale.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming tonight here. I just wanted to give First of all, these exhibitors, all the work they do, everybody behind the side, the scenes, it takes an army to put this on. I'm so grateful for our committee here. I want to do a special thanks for Roger Emerson and his family. He's got almost 5 decades into the sale, and he's transitioning Mark Overholzer and Overholzer Cattle Company. He's going to be doing the down seat a little bit this year, and maybe he'll next year. But Rod, what you've done for the sale is unbelievable. We sure appreciate it. Please round of applause. And finally, I just want to thank everyone out here tonight. What you guys do for these kids, these future youth,
Sit there.
is so impactful. What you guys do with them,
No.
for school or business or
Just tell me if you're not be able to hear anything. I'll
Bob would always announce the buyer and the price. And she will keep track of that.
Oh, okay.
She'll keep track. If
Couple
we
of the
get
thank
talking,
yous I want to get in.
you gotta catch up and do 3 or
Table
4
right
of
out
them.
front
She'll have
here
it
is
marked.
Zaleski
Which
Sports.
ones you
I want
want
to thank them
I put the
for
buyer along here and the
putting
price.
broadcast
You'll write it right in, or I just look at it.
Yep,
for
yep.
years, and it's
With any
again,
luck, I
nice
don't
to
miss
listen
any.
to the sale.
Pretty good.
Before
Pretty
we get
good.
started, I'll try to remember doing the end of the sale too, but you guys will notice as the sale goes on, we've got a crew behind us that works awful hard, especially bringing the hogs up onto this stage. But I mean, we got people helping with the beef, the hogs, the lambs, and really appreciate it. We get a hot night, some of them have got a pretty good sweat, we're tough to sort. The evening is over, so thank you to that entire crew. So, moving on with the announcements. All the bidders got a card with your number on it.
Make sure you put the mic.
When you register tonight. When you're bidding, you know, make sure if you're the successful bidder, get that card up in the air. It does a couple of things. Number one, we need to get your number so that Mark and I can announce who the buyer of the animal is, get your recognition. And also it helps the farm credit service runners so they can find you in the crowd and get that to you. When they bring that buyer slip to you, make sure you check your proper business name so that you got the right animal that you're doing. There's a box on the sheet to indicate if you wish to donate the animal. So you can just mark that on there, and if you do donate, we will announce that.
You ever done this before?
There's also another box on there for checking your,
When in doubt, I was told
your
Mike
processors.
when I was
If
teaching
you donate the animal,
when they were on TV, when in doubt,
donee is responsible for
You don't
the
know what to say,
process.
just
So if you
let-
donate the animal, you don't have to worry about picking
You'll get an elbow from either one.
the process.
And they can they hear
The
that? They can hear right there.
processors will be listed on that sheet, so you can pick from that sheet when it comes to you. The sheet that the farm credit people give you tonight will be the only invoice that you receive. So you will not be getting an invoice in the mail saying this is how much you owe. You need to pay from that invoice that they'll be giving you tonight. You can either pay tonight over at the farm credit table, or within 10 days, there's an address on the buyer sheet that indicates where to mail the check to. So pay tonight, or within 10 days, that address, and checks are to be made payable again to the Market Animal Sales Committee. At this point in time, I would like to introduce the processors. If they're here, stand and wave if you will. We've got Custom Meats and Marathon. Custom Meats are right back over there is Custom Meats and Marathon. JNS Processing of Lindsay. JNS Processing of Lindsay. Anybody here? I don't see anybody. Pinter's Packing from Dorchester. Pinter's. Back there, I don't know. Oh, there, right over there is Pinter's. Thank you for being here. Butcher Block 66 from Stevens Point. Is Butcher Block here? Over there, Butcher Block, thank you. OMG Butchering from Pittsville. Oh, OMG from Pittsville. Don't see anybody. Fair Cut Meats from Unity. Fair Cut Meats from Unity. I don't see anybody waving. Are there any other processors here that would like to be recognized? Any other processors? Okay, so that's your list of processors that you can choose from as we go on. Buying groups, if you're part of a buying group, especially when we get to the champion animals, but if you get a larger buying group, you need to get a list of names to me so that I can announce the businesses involved and give them their proper recognition. Again, as we have in the past, 100% of the purchase price.
Check 1, 2.
How
does it sound?
First name on that list.
Can you hear
It's your responsibility to collect everybody else.
Can I hear myself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the farm credit people, the market unsaid, people will not be dividing that.
What time do we go on air?
Amongst the buying group. In that same vein, there will be one picture made available to that buying group. If you want additional pictures, you need to talk to the photographer to have those made available. The sale of champions, again, will be at the end. We'll start with the reserve champion animals and then followed by the grand champion animals. As we have for the last number of years, we will not be taking pictures immediately after the animals are sold. They will be moved back over to a corner, and I'm guessing it's going to be that corner back over there. So the champion animals will be moved over there. At the conclusion of the sale of champions, if you want your picture taken with the exhibitor and your animal, please join them over there, and we can get that taken care of as well. So at this time, I'd like to thank Ag Country Farm Credit Services for clerking the sale again. They've been doing it for an awful lot of years, and we appreciate their assistance. They have a lot of people that show up, and they donate their time for this, so we do appreciate that. I'd like to introduce the spotters, one of whom just walked in the door.
Is he on yet?
Chris Ignatowski over here, he's been on that side for quite a while.
Is he recording
Casper
it, do you
Hendrickson
know?
right out in front of us. And initially we got Brad Boozy over on this side, so feel free to bid to either Pete or any of the spotters. If you have any questions, if you think you're bidding too much, just ask them. They will let you know if you're too high, but feel free to bid to them. Announcers this year, I'm phasing out, but I will be starting, and then Mark Overholzer will also be announcing. And our auctioneer again this year is Pete Winnesdorfer, with us for a number of years. Do you have any, without that, just comments, General?
Yes, I'd like to just have everybody's attention, like Rod said, make sure that you get these cards high. You're not starting a herd, you're supporting these kids, okay? Get that card up, let these kids see that you are supporting them. It helps us, it helps them. And then when you're a successful bidder, make sure the number's showing up so we can keep this sale going along. We've got a lot of animals, we're going to move right through them, and I do believe we are ready to go with the first one in just a second.
Yep, I just to give you an idea. Last year what stuff brought, the lambs averaged $2,200, the hogs averaged $4,130, the steers averaged $5,775, the beef steers averaged $6,413, and we sure would like to see those numbers top this year if we can. So at this point in time, it's time for us to get started with the sale. The first animal is lot number 1. This is a 292-pound hog shown by Willa Griesbach of the Richfield 4-H.
And it's time for us to do our live and also be recorded. You can listen on Zaleski Sports live about the market animal sale. So we're starting with lot number 1. I am Matt Lippert. I'm with University of Wisconsin-Madison Division of Extension, dairy educator, and I've been doing this for 20 plus years. And if you've been listening in the past, our partner has been Bob Meyer, and really he was the lead man. He was the guy in charge, but we lost Bob this last year suddenly, a heart problem. He'd lived with heart condition for many years, but we lost Bob this year, and it's going to take 3 people to replace Bob tonight. We got 3 of the Northern Wood County ag instructors. We got Mark Z with me here right now, and we're going to have Tim Haig, and we're going to have Mark Knoyer. The 2 Marks have been very involved with the market animal sale, so we'll be kind of playing it by ear. because we're kind of new at this, but I'm going to let Mark Z introduce himself, and he is going to be updating us on who bought and for what price, from what exhibitor.
Well, thank you, Matt. I have this daunting task of trying to replace Bob, and we got 3 people that are going to be on the air tonight. And I'm an agriculture instructor, FFA advisor at Marshfield High School. I've been there. I'm starting my 34th year tomorrow when we start school. And pleasure to be down here, pleasure to be part of the market animal sale. I've been part of the market animal sale now for 34 years. It's just an awesome event, and you're going to be able to see it live here tonight or recorded if you're watching it later on. But that first hog started the sale off. It was purchased by West 14th Auto, and that hog went for $4,750. That lamb that just was sold was bought by Close Enterprise, and that went for $2,000. So the prices have started off right at that average from last year, and hopefully we have a great sale here tonight.
And if you're following and you're wanting to follow a specific exhibitor, we'll get Mark trained here. The first lot was Willa Griesbach with the pig, and the second lot was Haley Baronic. Haley was from North County Line 4-H, and Willa was from Richfield 4-H. So we're now on the third animal. Beautiful day here at the fair. I don't know how much of the previous announcements you saw or heard, but we are going to sell 14 more animals than last year. So a big, big sale, but we've had strong prices here in the past. I think that's why we keep getting kids interested in this. You should have seen them this afternoon. We were showing dairy and goats and llamas, and it went till about 4 o'clock, I think. And I left the ring, and they had it completely tore down, and all this magic Central Wisconsin market animal sale ring set up. So it's really a neat thing. I'll turn it back to you, Mark.
Yeah, Adeline Bangert, she sold that third hog. Her parents are David and Amber Bangert, and RZ Builders bought that hog for $4,750. And I like to say that the prices are starting off high. We got the early bidders, and congratulations to those exhibitors. Like Matt was saying, that our livestock show, that what I've noticed over the past few years, has just excelled. We've got some incredible show people out there, and our hog show, you see a hog on the camera right now. Our hog show has got some really, really high quality hogs, and some of these kids show at the state fair level as well. And now you're going to be watching the first beef animal be sold tonight.
And they come in. There aren't many fairs that do this. I think we have a really dandy situation here. So they can see the exhibitor and the animal a little better. They come up on a flatbed deck. The smaller animals, the sheep. We're going to have a goat this year, and the pigs are going up on the level, but that's harder to do with our dairy beef and market beef animals, so they're down on level with us. This is kind of an interesting one here. Did this show, Mark, as a dairy or as a... I think there was some discussion. You had me announcing in the ring. I think it ended up in the market animal sale, but there was some question where it actually fit.
Yeah, this is a dairy beef. It's a cross. They probably took a dairy cow, a Holstein cow, and crossed it with another male or a bull, and this is what the calf came out as. So this is a cross between the dairy and a beef, and that's a big part of the market nowadays, where people are. And maybe Tim could talk about more when he gets into the dairy world as well when he's here, but. They're taking a lot of these dairy cows and they're crossing them up with Angus or other type of beef breeds and selling those as calves and to help supply the beef industry and help supply the beef market and burger and so forth.
In the beef ring, if you can have some neat you have to have a great animal under the skin, right? But if you can have neat markings, that might get the animal's attention, or it might be more fun for the youth during the year. And that one was kind of a belted, right? We were an Oreo-looking animal there, right?
Yeah, that was Brenna Thiel. She's from the Meadowbrook 4-H, and John Richardson Milk Calling bought her animal, and they bought it for $5,500. So thank you, John Richardson's Milk Calling.
So a good start to the sale. We have a lot of resources here, Mark and I, to pull from. They actually had every child, and we haven't used any of them yet, but they all got to do a little intro. So we're on Olive Fuller now, I think. We got their name, first year with Badger 4-H. daughter of Kurt and Lexi Fuller, market hog, hog's named Taylor Swift. And then we get a little more about the youth that she figure skates in Rapids and is a cheerleader for the Raptors program. So these kids are very active besides the market animal sale.
Econ Electric is your buyer.
Yeah, we had that last pig, Olive Fuller, was bought by Econ Electric, and it was bought for $4,250. So good prices to start off the sale. We just have a wonderful crowd here tonight. I get to send out the invites and collect all the bidder forms from the kids. The exhibitors are required to send in at least 3 bidder forms, and many of them send in multiple ones, over 3. Some send in 20 of them if they can get into bidders. And so we're tonight, I think I sent out about 315 invites at the very bitter end here, and so we have a record crowd we should have tonight with the number of bidders that I sent out. So pretty fortunate to have the community support us, whether it be in Rapids or Marshfield or Albany or Pittsville, and the other surrounding communities as well that come to us.
Yeah, and you just mentioned I get it pretty lucky. I attend some of the market sale meetings, and then they have me front row seats here at this wonderful event. But Knoyer and Z here, they and a lot of other people really put a lot of work into this thing. He was just mentioning he's like keeping track of, there's a lot of things these youth have to do to qualify. And he mentioned getting bidders. They also have to attend educational classes. And they have to make weight here at the fair and grade. So there's a lot of things, not only a part of the exhibitor and the parents, but this committee is really quite a committee that puts this on. Now we got a sheep in the ring.
Yeah, that last hog was Till and Clum, and that was purchased by Doyne Excavating for $4,400. And now we have a lamb in the ring.
So our lamb is lot 8. Is that where we're at? So that's Mariella Wella. So moving right along, that's the other thing. 14 more animals last year. I think last year might have been one of the biggest sales we've ever had. So we're intending to sell, 164 animals. We'll have the reserve champions and the champions at the end. As I mentioned, we have a champion goat this year. Is this the first year for goats, Mark?
No, this will be the second year. Last year we decided to pursue a goat show, and so we had a goat show last year, and we had a meat goat show this year, and so we have a grand champion goat. We actually have a meal that we supplied to the buyers, or we provided to the buyers here tonight, and we try to cover all 4 species in that meal. And we had hamburgers that were and brat patties that covered the beef and pork. We had lamb meatballs that covered the lamb, and we also had some goat product back there. We had some smoked goat, shredded smoked goat, I think it was. So everybody got to try a little bit of a species that they might be purchasing tonight.
Yeah, and country neighbors. Our lawns don't adjoin, but our backyards adjoin with this new goat exhibitor. And so I was talking to Mom, and smoked goat. And I thought it tasted really good.
Yeah, I didn't. Actually, it was gone when
You weren't daring enough.
No, I wasn't there early enough. It went fast, but we're just very fortunate that we're able to provide the buyers at least a taste of it, or of what the potential flavor could be like. And I know Kenny Hyman, he tasted for the first time, and I happened to be in front of him. He says, "Oh, this is goat." I says, "Yeah, let's go, give it a try, Ken." And he tried it, and he goes, "Whoa, this is not bad." So that was probably Ken's first time trying goat, and but yeah, that's something that we started a few years ago. The goat showing has really taken off, especially in the South. It kind of started in Texas and Oklahoma, has kind of moved north. And I know in southern Wisconsin, the goat show is very prevalent in some of their county fairs. But the goat showing is something that is becoming more and more popular in the livestock world, especially for young kids, kids that are maybe can't handle a beef or can't handle a hog, but really enjoy the livestock industry and enjoy goats.
So I'm very involved with the dairy industry, and when I was in college, by the way, we both went to UW-Madison. It's ag instructors, that's getting to be rarer. I was on the dairy judging team, and when I graduated, they said, well, maybe you want to be certified as a dairy judge, and I was interested. I've been judging dairy all the time, and they said, if you're judging dairy, you ought to be certified as a goat judge too. And back then, they were mainly dairy goats, and now this meat type goats, mainly boar goats, are that's where most of that growth has happened, is in the meat goats. So that's pretty exciting, and I've been judging a few fairs. I think it's taken on some places faster than it has here at Marshfield.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're in an infancy stage, and one of the things with showing goats is that the exhibitors have to have a supplier, and that's going to kind of come along. Somebody's going to start raising club goats or show goats, and then people will have an easier time to acquire them and to go through that process of raising them. But goat meat, if you look it up and want to Google it, goat meat is a pretty heavily consumed meat in the world. It's maybe not necessarily consumed much in the United States, but when you look worldwide, I think it might be like third or fourth place as far as the most consumed meat. And but it's something that is just becoming popular in the show world. I know that there's an individual out by me that has over 200 boar goats in the Lindsay area, and he sells them and he does well. And he says goat meat is awesome. And he does well raising them. Let me get caught up on some of the past buyers here. Mariella Wellick, she sold a lamb, and Richfield, it was purchased by Marshfield Veterinary Service. It was purchased for $1,800. Alicia Bell from Golden Globe 4-H, she sold a hog for $4,500. It's purchased by Marshfield Ag Service. We also had Natalie Spreeman. She's from Pleasant Corners 4-H, and she sold a hog for $4,000. We have Maddie Burnick, just sold her dairy beef steer for $6,750. Congratulations to those exhibitors. The prices are right there at that point they were last year, and maybe a tick higher. So let's keep this going with these buyers. And like I said, we're so fortunate to have the support that we have in Wood County.
So I think a lot of us are treating COVID as hopefully a distant memory, but we weren't able to have a regular sale that one year, and I think we actually did have a sale, but we couldn't get the kids and the animals together, and we prepared this book, and I think they went to Marshfield River's Edge, was it, Country Club, and all the kids submitted a picture of them and their animal from home, and with all these new technologies, digitally transferring photos and stuff like that. Well, that was such a great idea that we also have this really neat book that we can follow along. It's got the exhibitor, the parents, the club, and the picture of them and their animal. So we just got a wealth of resources here to it's really neat what the market sale has thought of to come up with for animals.
Yeah, I remember that day well. About four of us got together and said, how are we going to do this sale? We got the kids that already purchased their livestock. I know my kids were involved that back then. I had a daughter, Ryan. She showed beef for a number of years, and my son, Adam, he showed beef for a number of years as well. So we had the animals, and some people had their hogs already when that hit in 2020, and we got together and decided to have a sale. And we actually had a show and a sale. So the show, we had a beef show at Oberholzer's, and again, we invited all the buyers from the previous years out to River Edge, and I'm going to tell you that was an eye opener. That just was a kind of a pitch me moment of really how much support we have. We had a full house at River Edge. The animals sold for about the same as they do now, and they were just pictures of animals. And the kids weren't allowed to be in there. It was just a picture and a book and an auction. And what an event that was. And the benefit of that is that some of the things that we're doing now, we're replicating what we did at River Edge with the buyers that are in this central area with a circle tables where they can converse with one another and network with their constituents out there, their other people. And so that's pretty cool that some of the things that we changed up because of that. And I think our sale has really done well the last number of years. And I know the buyers really like the setup that we have now.
And what makes it even nicer tonight is we just have perfect fair weather, don't we? So the sun is just setting now a little bit, but it's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's not too humid. I think it should be really comfortable for the animals as well.
Oh yeah, this is the girl up there right now, Ryland, Daniel. A blast from the past. One of the things is that being that I've been around and teaching in Marshfield for 33 years, starting my 34th, is that seeing kids of students that I had back in the day. And this little girl up there showing her lamb and parading it around, I had both her parents in class back in the day. And, that's pretty cool to see the next generation coming along and still still thriving in the livestock industry and in the show world as well.
And the parents were both involved in market animal sale, or one of them was? Or?
Yeah, well, Jim Daniel, he showed beef at the fair, and Taylor, she didn't show livestock, but she was part of the FFA, and so now they got their daughter up there showing a really nice high quality lamb. That I know this lamb was in the second place in that class, I believe, and was in that champion drive on yesterday.
So you'd call that maybe FFA Marshfield Fair market animal sale romance there?
Possibly.
Yeah. So I have a sister who's older than I am, and as you know, I'm old. So she met her husband here at the Marshfield Fair, and I think you're getting a new ag instructor this fall at Marshfield.
Yes, we are.
And she was a product of your program?
Yes, she is. Yep. And so, maybe Tim will talk about it. Tim's coming in at about lot 20 and take over for me for a while, and then Mark Knoyer's coming in at lot 60 for a bit, and I'll finish it out. But Tim, he retired this year, so hopefully you ask him the same question when he gets in the seat here. But Tim put 30 years in as the agriculture instructor, FFA advisor at Marshfield High School. Wonderful job, a great career, and well-deserving of a very happy retirement. And he's still working at the fair, which is awesome. So, that's near and dear to him as well. But we did hire a former agriculture student, FFA member from Marshfield, Brittany Bauer. Now she's Brittany Grove. And so she's pretty excited and pretty nervous for her first day tomorrow. But it's going to be pretty exciting to the next generation.
School starts tomorrow?
Starts tomorrow for Marshfield. Actually, it's kind of funny. A funny story is that they were going to start it on Wednesday, but the fair took over a little bit and said, geez, we got to have Wednesday off for these kids. And the board listened, which is pretty awesome. So they moved it back a day and started it a day later because of the fair.
So you've actually been at Marshfield longer than Tim?
Yes, I started I've been there, this is my 34th year. We hired Tim, I think, as my third year teaching. And when we went to a two-person department, and we've been a two-person department ever since. So.
And that's, there aren't a lot of those. I think FFA and ag vocational instruction in Wisconsin, at least, is doing really well. You've branched out from just kids that came from just directly from a farm, but you have a pretty outstanding program and a pretty neat thing to have to be blessed with two instructors.
Yeah, we are blessed, and Matt, they're gonna right now. For some of you might know, there's a referendum that was passed a year ago, and we're getting a new facility. We get a connecting rooms at the high school with a processing lab, which we're going to be doing hydroponics in there. We have a animal lab that's being constructed, a new greenhouse, along with a refurbished old greenhouse. There's a lot of really good things happening in our school district in the career to technical education, and particularly in the agriculture department. And in a year from now, we'll be walking into brand new facilities, whether it's a classroom or whether it's an animal lab or a greenhouse or a processing area or a hydroponics lab. So a lot of opportunities for these new teachers to come into Marshfield and excel and continue this, teaching about this awesome field of agriculture.
Get one more thought in before you catch up. I just have to say, it was such a wonderful thing. I'll probably say it again when Tim was here. The two of you complement each other so well, and each of you has got a little different set of skills, and you guys have really built an outstanding program in Marshfield. And another one, you said you've been really busy at the fair, beef superintendent. You said about that meal. That's put on by the Marshfield FFA alumni, right? Yeah, so you are just whipped up this, 700-800 people or something like that?
We tried to plan for about 350, and we've been doing this meal on the grounds here for a number of years. It used to be off the grounds, now we have it on the grounds. And there's a lot of people that came through that for that meal. And again, that's something that we want to do for the buyers, and for FFA alumni has been doing it for many, many years. But I'm going to get caught up on some of the previous purchases. That hog, Jace Forest hog that was from Shady Lane 4-H was bought by Sanford Clinic for $5,000. Caleb Pancras from the Golden Globe 4-H sold a beef for $6,000. Ryland Daniel from the Golden Globe 4-H sold a sheep for $2,900. Justin Fight from the Golden Globe 4-H sold a pig for $3,500. Ellie Palm sold a hog for $4,700 from the Snyder 4-H. And Justine Lindau from the Marshall FFA, our chapter, sold their beef for $5,750 fabrication and repair. So congratulations, Justine. Another former student, her parents are former students of mine as well. So congratulations to the Lindau family.
So another thing to bring in here is I think this is a product of COVID as well. We also used to sell animals by the pound. And now we just sell them by the animal. And I think that was, we don't necessarily have scales. They're not even coming to one spot. We'll just sell the animal. But it's turned out to be, I think, a lot easier. You know, if you come here with a budget to buy multiple animals, and you have to do in your head, figure out how much you spent on the 1,500-pound steer, you know, at whatever per pound, it's so much simpler to just buy the animal by the head.
Yeah, I mean, that's something, like I said, we did during COVID because we didn't have an exact weight. We actually submitted our weights. We went around with a scale, I did for the beef, and we weighed them and submitted the weights for the buyers. And we just found out, it's like, you know what, let's just sell them by the unit. It makes it easier. I think the buyers get some real positive recognition because people aren't doing the math in their head or bringing out their calculator. They know how much they're spending.
Well, they can be more engaged in the sale.
More engaged in the sale, you bet. So that's something that we've done. Not all the counties do that, but it's been very fortunate. We've actually really worked out for us.
So your kids came through this program, not just as students, but your own children came through the sale, right?
Yeah, our kids, actually my daughter started off showing lambs her first year, and then we showed lambs for 2 years, and then our family has a beef herd, so we started showing beef cattle at the fair, and kids did really well here. There's a number of grand champion steers that my son and daughter earned over the years, and it's just something that it's near and dear to me. It's something that I just want to keep giving back to for the youth of this Wood County, and again, they got really good prices. It helped with their college education. My son went to Iowa State and graduated with an agricultural engineering degree. He's an engineer now in Oregon right now, building poultry facilities. And my daughter, she's a nurse in Madison. So, and again, they're still involved. My son isn't involved in the agriculture industry, but not just around this area.
Well, and I think, you mentioned one is ag engineer and the other is a nurse, but we need people in the general, which nursing would be not directly ag-related, to understand agriculture and tell the story of agriculture to other people. And certainly your daughter's experience, because she took care of her animals, she knows a lot about it, right?
Yeah, she did a wonderful job with her animals, and one of the things that she always is really excited to tell me, as while she's being a nurse, is that when she makes a connection in the where she works at with a particular patient, and she talks about agriculture, and they have a background in agriculture, you see the eyes light up and the positivity of that my nurse is involved in agriculture, involved in the beef industry, and showed at the fair, and make connections that way with her patients. So that's one of the things that she always brings up and tries to make a connection, and there's a pretty easy connection to make when you have that common background in agriculture.
So I'm going to use this sheet here a little bit. We got Carson Fight in there right now, and his pig is named Boss Hog. So there's a lot of fun names as you go through the barns. I don't know, Dolly Parton passing this just yesterday or whatever. Did we have any dollies in the sale? Or?
I didn't read through it real close, man. I don't know if there's a dolly in there or not. So I'll get caught up on some sales here. We got John Klum from the Richfield 4-H. He sold his hog to the Truck Country for $5,000. Drew Kohler from the Golden Globe 4-H sold his hog for $4,250. Journey Voigt from the Richfield 4-H sold her lamb for $1,800, and Carson Fight just sold his hog for $5,500 to Sanford Health. Thank you very much for the buyers of those previous animals.
So it must be we got Jamie Lindo in, another one of your students?
Yeah, I've had all the Lindows, and there's more to come. Lindau's a big family. We have,
and I think it's generational, right?
Right. And Jamie, she's an identical twin. Her sister Jenna also exhibits, and they have Justine that sold earlier, and they got Jacob that's going to be selling a little bit later this year. So a lot of Lindau's coming through. They're very involved in the livestock industry. They show all over. They show sheep all over the Midwest. They just got back from the state fair, and
talking about horse in her biography there.
What's that?
She loves trail riding with her horse.
Yeah, they've got all livestock at their place, and one thing that Jamie is very involved in is the equine. That's her passion. She shows sheep and she shows hogs, but she also really likes the horse industry and does some training as well.
So we got that price.
And a good black steer, $4,000. Let's go with about $4,000.
Give a little sound for the sale here right now. A lot of black steers. The thing you notice, if Bob were here, he'd be commenting on different color patterns and hogs and asking me what the breeding of hogs have changed over the years. And I'd have to struggle with that, but they're actually, a lot of them are called club type animals, right?
Oh yeah. There's that's a crossbred. It's hybrid vigor. I call them club calves, and usually they're bred for thickness and power, and they're also bred for hair. And you're like, what do you mean hair? You don't eat the hair. Well, one of the projects that you do with your beef steer is you sometimes put under fans, and even some people put them in coolers in the summer. And they grow that hair as much as they can, and they trim it up and clip it up and work it real hard, and hopefully they can reap rewards off of it. And so you'll see some later on, some pretty fluffy ones that probably been under fans.
That one wasn't especially fluffy.
No, that was probably just raised in a regular pen and finished out. So, and part of that's genetics too. That's bred into them. That power and that hair is bred in, and that clean fronted, good structured animals, that's bred into them as well.
So some of these animals, as I understand it, in any of these species, can get quite expensive.
Yes, they can. Yeah. It's one of those things. I was involved with a parent, like I told you earlier, and our kids were involved in athletics as well. But one of the things is I always, athletics, and I was involved in athletics as well, and I coached for a number of years at Marshfield. And this project right here just grounds kids. I mean, you put a lot of work into it, and hopefully you reap the rewards of all your work. Whether it's working with them day and night, in the morning and at nighttime, and washing and blowing and combing them. But there's a lot of work involved into these things.
There's not just work. I think there's sometimes maybe you buy an expensive animal and something happens to it, And so I think farm market sale kids, we live in this time of participation ribbons, and whether you do well or not, you get a nice recognition. There's some hard luck stories that kids, I think, valuable lessons that they learn in the market animal sale.
Oh yeah. There's so many, like I've experienced it, so many wonderful lessons that kids learn. Work ethic, also networking with other members and other exhibitors, whether it's at the county fair or maybe even venturing off into the state fair. And one of the things that I was kind of proud of this year is that we did Wood County, our market animal sale, purchased rented a bus, a coach bus, and 42 people from Wood County got on a coach bus and went to the state fair and watched the hog, the lamb, the beef show. And we also started watching the auction of champions, or the governor's auction at the state fair, before we had to come back. And that was a really cool event to go down to the state fair and get these kids out and about, see some different projects, and see some very high caliber livestock, high caliber show animals, and people really getting after it showing as well.
Were you a market animal sale participant as a high schooler?
Oh yeah, I participated right from the start. I grew up on a farm in in Janesville area, and I started off showing a pig when I was a little kid, ventured into dairy a little bit, and then found myself in the beef industry and the beef showman contest. And
did you ever show at state fair?
Nope, I never showed at state fair, but I did show a dairy animal at state fair when I was going into 8th grade, and then I ventured shortly after into the beef
So
area.
you said Janesville. So were you in Rock County?
Rock County, yep.
Yeah. So I think they have one of the oldest market animal sales in the country, they claim.
Yeah, it's a big sale. I think it goes on most of the day.
Most of the day.
Yeah, every
So
kid gets to show.
it's big livestock country, but I think kids can sell more than one animal. Can't
You
they?
can sell up to 3 animals at Rock County.
See, that's so if you're not a student of this fair here, they can only sell one.
Yes.
And if they're outstanding in multiple species, they may have to pick if they're going to sell their pig or their steer or their lamb. And we still have this 164 or whatever we got tonight. And I think talking to the men in the box, they like to strike one off like every 45 seconds or something like that.
Oh, Rod, if you know Rod Fredrickson, he is very timely. And he's got it down to when he comes to the meeting after this one, he'll have it. We sold an animal every 57 seconds. That might be 2 seconds too long. Well,
But he wants.
Yes.
I mean, he's looking out for the kids, but he's doing that by making sure the buyers have a pleasant experience and they're not still here at 11 o'clock at night, which is when we get more animals, you have to get ever more efficient.
Yes, I mean, ours is a 2.5 to 3 hour event that we want to keep it that way for the buyers and the exhibitors. And Rod just does an outstanding job of keeping it timely and making sure that he holds with the objective of the sale for the kids. And he's always preaching that as well. And I know Rod is kind of starting to wind down.
He's got an assistant tonight.
He's got an assistant. And you're going to have Mark Oberholzer up there doing a little announcing as well. And Rob knows that. Rod knows that he wants to have this seamless transition for the next person. He wants to make sure that this sale continues to grow in popularity and prices and just the support that we have. And we got a good thing going here, and he wants to keep it going that way.
So I was a dairy kid, but I showed a animal in the sale in the mid-'70s, and there was a Fredrickson in the box back then. It was his dad. Yeah. So
I think his dad was part of the first
sale. Yeah. You want to catch up here a little bit?
Yeah, I'll catch up. So let's go back over let's start with lot 22. Jamie Lindau, she sold a hog for $4,900. Allison Knetter of the Roselleville 4-H sold a beef for $5,750. Sophia Felix from the Shady Lane 4-H sold her hog for $4,000. Turner Southwick of the Roselleville Rockets sold her hog for $4,500. Samantha Kiefer sold her sheep for $2,100. And Jason Schreiner sold his hog for $3,900 from the Marshall FFA. And Claire Dorhorse sold her hog to Ag Country Farm Services, bought that hog for $3,400. Thank you.
So we've got some reoccurring themes and buyers there, I think. I don't know if you got to do all the names there, but I saw Nasonville Dairy and Gardner Cold Storage and a bunch of them that are just regulars here.
Thanks, Ron.
Well, I'm going to turn it over to the newly retired ag teacher.
Well, you said you were staying through 20, and we kept you for a little longer.
He can be late now for any time he wants to be late because he's retired. So he's going to cut in here, and then Mark Knoyer is coming here in a little bit to announce it. I'll talk to Tim a little bit what I was doing. Matt, you got the show for a little bit.
Okay. So in the ring, we have Marvin Hunke. And I think Marvin's mother did this years ago, and I think there's probably 3 of those kids that are selling in the livestock program now. They were dairy farmers for a year, and Melissa was milking cows, and we got a Holstein-influenced type of animal here. But Melissa back in the day was always big in the beef project, and her siblings, and so now we're calling it dairy beef. So that's an interesting thing that's gone on. Years ago, I remember when the market sale just started, the dairy show was much larger than the beef show. There was like just a handful of animals that were selling. And since we got this program going and kids getting real money for their efforts, this has just bloomed. But the other thing we've seen is then they said, well, those Holstein steers are a pretty common animal. We should be having dairy beef in the sale. And so we have had, and it's ebbed and flowed. But now we have this thing that most male calves on dairy farms these days are half beef, half Angus, because there's a lot more money in this Angus cross, beef cross Holstein calf. And so the Holstein steer is getting quite a bit rarer. And it's almost like, well, shouldn't the Holstein Angus be a dairy beef? But under our rules at our fair, they're full-blood dairy to be a dairy beef. So we got Tim Hegier. You heard a little bit already that he is luxuriating in his retirement now.
Well, I will be in one more day.
One more day. And you haven't backed off on many of the responsibilities that I'm familiar with, which are, a number of them are here at the fair. You were making sure that I carried my full load today. I'm an assistant, I guess I'm called an assistant dairy superintendent.
You are
Tim is the superintendent. We had a beautiful, I mean, dairy numbers are down.
Yep.
There's the dairy barn, the round barn, the historic round barn is pretty spacious. There's lots of room for everybody now. I think it makes everybody happier. But the smaller dairy show was still excellent. We had just tremendous cows in there. So the dairy project isn't going away. Those kids just keep on doing better and better.
Yeah, we had 106 go through the ring today. 8 different breeds, and so we had representatives, nice representatives of all the breeds. And so, yeah, when you say it was a high quality show, it definitely was. There are animals out there in the dairy show here in our junior fair that will come back in open class, and there will be some that'll end up winning and maybe even be champions here in open class, and then move on to the bigger shows this fall, World Dairy Expo and things like that, and do real well at those shows as well. One of the things that Matt, when you say the numbers have dropped, one of the issues that we have now with the changing of the fair, the dates of the fair,
the Labor Day fair.
Yeah, from the Labor Day fair that we used to have years back, we have now we have the state Holstein show is right. I can't think of which day it was, but it was like today or yesterday, and they have all of the state shows, the dairy shows of all the breeds now are all together down in Madison.
So some of our very best animals would have elected to go down to that show.
And so we have several junior exhibitors that are competing down there, and good for them.
And they have the opportunity to come here for the open show.
Yep. And so it makes it tough for them because they have to choose their county fair or the big state show.
But as a dairy superintendent, they brought them in when? Monday?
Animals all came in, all the animals, livestock of all species, came in on Monday.
And you had a dairy exhibitor meeting that night.
Yep, that night, and got everybody together and went through the rules of the game and everything.
You have to compete besides their animal, all these other species as well. They do herdsmanship.
Yep.
So you laid out the ground rules for that.
Yep.
And then yesterday was the big market animal sale, beef, sheep, swine, and goats. But there is stuff happening in the dairy world too.
Yep. Yeah, we had actually 3 different events going on yesterday and last night. We had a fitting contest for the kids, and so at 1 o'clock yesterday, we had a group of kids that competed in the fitter special, we call it. And they had an hour to fit up a heifer from scratch. Matt was the donor of the animals to let us use them. He got them all cleaned up ahead of time and trained to lead a little bit.
Well, just let me talk about it a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
1 year, I wasn't providing the animals, and we had parents say, I'd never let my kids do that. Those animals are dangerous. In a raw, animals have a reputation for being gentler than these beef cattle, but you don't just take a heifer out of the pasture and say, we're going to wash her at the wash rack and clip her and not worry about someone getting wounded in the process. So we have a lot of heifers. We milk quite a few cows. And so for a while now, we've been You know, I'm pretty good at breaking calves to lead. I don't know if I like that term, breaking. It's kind of breaking their will, but you gotta let them know that you love them and they'll be better.
Yeah.
And so, actually, my first several sessions, I'm old and not strong enough, but I'm smarter. They fight a post, right? You tie them to the post, and they learn the halter is really strong off the post, and then you put a person in. So I do that. I enjoy it. Our numbers are down there as well, but these kids are pretty good fitters.
Yeah, they are. You know, and again, the young man that won, Hunter Offer, won the contest this year, and he's been kind of working his way up the ranks over the past several years in that contest. And Hunter is good enough that he does it as a business during different shows. He hires himself out to fit up other kids' animals, not kids like junior animals, but like at
or adults that are too busy.
Right, like at a district show or regional shows, not the fairs really. But yeah, he'll actually fit up for people. You know, he's gotten that good, and we've had several kids over the years that have worked their way up the ranks, and that's really why I think, you know, Matt loves that contest. I love that contest too, because I've seen the kids how they've developed over the years in it. I was just talking to one of the girls that won this a few years back, and I noticed a heifer that was a relative, well, it would be her little sister, was showing, you know, and I asked, I said, you must have had a hand in that one, and she said, yeah, I helped them guys with theirs, and you know, it's neat to see kids like that you know where they started from, and then, you know, after doing it for 7-8 years, and now doing it as you know, a young adult that maybe she's probably about 19, 20 now.
So this has been going on probably 30 years, this project?
The
Fitter Special?
The Fitter Special? Yeah, it might be. It's been going long. Oh, yeah, I imagine, because it's been going longer than I was teaching.
Back in the day, and Mark Z said you put in 30 years.
Yep.
And he let us know that he put in more.
Yeah, he's 3 ahead of me.
So back in the day, there was this thing where it's a 4-H project, but if you had a really good animal, you bring in a professional fitter at the junior fair. And a lot of parents and leaders said we really shouldn't be doing that. Even at State Fair now, they have pretty strict rules that you could have a professional fit your animal, but the professional might be your dad.
Yeah,
it's
and
got to be a
that's the only
family
way
thing.
you could do it then.
Yeah, so there's a lot of focus on that, and that's what that project started out with.
Yeah, and that's fantastic, because, you know, for kids that are going to show, you need to learn how to fit up your animals
But I'd
and
say
how
most
to
of
fix
them
the
are
balls.
doing it nowadays.
Yeah, they are.
So you should probably catch up.
So where are we at here? It looks like we were at number 29. Number 29 was Marvin Hankey, and was bought by Pitter's Packing Plant from the Golden Gull 4-H Club. It was a dairy steer. We had number 30. Number 30 that was for $7,000. It sold for. Levi Swenson from Webster 4-H had a hog sell for $7,000, and Haley Klum was lot number 31 from Ridgefield 4-H. Her hog sold for $4,900. Two wheelers, 32 Bentley Wiscursion. From Auburndale FFA had a steer, and that one sold for $10,500. Number 33, Maya Canoyer, just came through just a few minutes ago, and that one was a hog, sold for $4,700 to Macmillan Electric. Number 34, Noah Emmerich, he's a dairy exhibitor too, and he sold a hog for $3,700, and Nicolay National Bank bought it. Jenna Lindo just had hers go through, and she's from the Marshfield FFA, one of our FFA kids, sold for $1,800 for her lamb. Raya Forst, number 36, is in right now, just sold for $3,900 to Custom Fab.
So, the first two you read off, I think, were like $7,000.
Yeah.
And we, just before we went on the air, I think they're trying to set in the buyers' minds, we learned that dairy beef last year averaged 57.75, and the beef averaged 64.13. Lambs were 2,200, and pigs were 41.30. So we're kind of into the middle of the sale and seeing some pretty good prices.
Yeah. I mean, $7,000. You know, well, 10.5 for a steer. You know, we're talking some serious money that the kids are getting. But with the prices, you know, price of beef right now is astronomical, as everybody knows, and so. You know, those days of when we used to sell, you know, I think you were talking about when I just came on, and you know, you were talking about it's quite a bit different than it was.
90 cents a pound.
Yes, I remember those days. I mean, I didn't sell a steer in those days.
And you used to really worry about your sale order.
Yeah, and you really worried whether you were going to get over market sale.
Yeah,
market price. We had
now market price is really good, but they're still getting over it.
Yes. Our FFA alumni, you know, working with that all these years, our alumni was always one that would like to support the kids that were in the FFA, and so they had a program over the years that Mark and I used to be here as bidders signed up as well for the alumni, and if any of our FFA's kids would end up selling real cheap, and we'd set a price, basically a minimum bid that we'd take it, because we could always sell it, you know, to customers as you know, cut up beef or hog or whatever. But yeah, it's been a long time since we ever had to do that. But yeah, there were times when there were animals, usually not ours here. It would be kids that maybe were not from the Marshfield area, sometimes down toward Wisconsin Rapids sometimes was the thing, or down in, you know, maybe Pittsville. Now, though, that's changed too. The bidders have really expanded.
More bidders from South County.
Yeah, from all over. And honestly, you know, now I think of like Pittsville, some of the biggest bidders we have are from that area now, and so it's, you know, it changes over the years, you know, that kind of stuff shifts around.
And having participated in the market animal sale committee meetings, there's always this discussion about it's really not highly correlated, maybe the champions, but after that, you may have the first blue, and someone else may have a much lower placed animal. But the lower placed animals sold better. And you mentioned some of the things, neighborhood, but it is an auction. So
well, and the kids, you know, you can see, and I can see it, you know, from the FFA perspective, from these kids, you know, that are older and selling, when they go out and get their bidders, you know, that's the big thing is who you have as bidders, what kind of a relationship you build with them, or sometimes over years, and you know, they work at it. You know, the kids do a really nice job. Their families, their parents, you know, they work at it to you know, try and get good bidders that will support their animal in the sale.
And I'm going to mention the central Wisconsin area. Some of these bidders are really dedicated to the concept of market animal sale, because they're not just here at Marshfield.
Right.
I'm going to give you a chance to reflect on Bob Meyer a little bit, but he was a Clark County guy.
Yes.
He did a lot of stuff for us here in Wood County. Here at the market animal sale, as an example, but he was a Meyer from Clark County, and we'd always be talking, because it's always a month earlier, we'd be talking about the Neilsville market animal sale, and they got a new barn, beautiful building too. And then this year, just the way the stars align or whatever, the Wausau sale, not just the fair, the sale for market animals in Neilsville and Wausau were at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh.
But these, you know, co-ops, big feed mills, dairy plants, they got staff, right? So it may be an inconvenience, but they can go to both sales because they spend a lot of money. So they obviously also think, you know, they get publicity out of it, but they obviously think this is a good way to get publicity.
Yeah, and a good way to give back to maybe it's their patrons, people in the community, all of that, and so it is. I mean, it really is a good way to kind of give back to the ag community in your home county.
And then it's not just done here at the sale, right? So you get, as Marshfield FFA alumni in Pittsville and other groups, Auburndale, I think there's a few other 4-H clubs, get animals or portions of animals donated to them.
The clinic is one of the big ones.
National Farm Medicine Center?
So
they have the Sale of Champions, I think they call it. It's a black tie sort of. We got the president of the Farm Medicine Center is a ringman. So they generate income out of those animals.
A lot. I mean, and it is, for our FFA alumni, for really the three of us right here, Auburndale and Pittsville and Marshfield are the ones that, really, I work with them a lot.
So Marshfield doesn't have an outright auction, but you offered for sale to the staff and stuff?
To basically past customers. So we sell it by halves and quarters to, anybody who's interested. It started out with just FFA alumni members, and then we had more meat than we could handle that way, and so we started offering it through emails at school to teachers, and we would sell all of it in a matter of a day, less than a day.
So then not only did the youth make money, but youth programs make money.
So our alumni makes quite a bit of money off of that. Auburndale, Pittsville, like I said, and like you mentioned, there are some 4-H clubs that have been, gotten donations that way over the years. Because we've helped them, with what do we do now that we've got this pig donated to us? How do we do this? And so we've helped some of those over the years. But it's fantastic. I think if the number is, I don't know the exact number, but last year, but I think it's around half of the animals are sold, or maybe it's more than that are resold, basically donated to somebody else. So all of these companies that are buying animals here at the sale, you think, okay, they're walking away with some high-priced beef. No, they're not. They're giving away the high-priced beef to somebody else to make more money off of it.
So we just had another $7,000 animal, and it was Dylan Bangert, and it was a big, tall, white Holstein. Tell me, have Holsteins shrunk in size or gotten bigger since you exist? A lot bigger, huh?
Yeah.
They've gotten so big that for the market animal, they're too big.
Yeah.
And that's why we're crossing them with Angus.
Yeah.
So probably Sheila would like you to catch up a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, sure. So it looks like we stopped at 37. So number 37 was Lucas Bernick, which was from Golden Glow. Had a dairy steer that sold for $77.50. Then we have the next one under there is Henry King, and Henry had from Steiner 4-H had a hog sold for $42.50, and that went to Fuller Mechanical. The one from Burnix went to Sunstar Ridgeline. Then the next one, Stickert, number 39 was Sam Stickert, and from Golden Glow, and that sold for $5,500, and went to Lynn Dairy. Next one was Haley Bry, sold to Earth Incorporated. That was a lamb for $2,800. Then we've got the Haley Bry had a from Auburndale FFA had a lamb sold for $2,800. Jay Stillman from Golden Glow had a hog sell for $3,500 to Marshfield Vet. Marcus Okonik sold a hog from the Pleasant Corners 4-H for $4,000 to Wheelers. Dylan Bangert that Matt just mentioned, and he's from our Marshfield FFA, sold a 1,500-pound steer for $7,000. And next one after that looks like is number 44, Wyatt Dorhorse. So I missed Wyatt going through. He's one of our FFA members as well. He sold through Junior Holstein, sold his hog, and went to Westside Service for $3,900.
So I attend the State Holstein Convention every year, and they have a junior activities committee. So they get elected as youth to organize the Holstein Youth Program in the state. That is a huge program. Like their convention, they have like 600-700 people at their evening banquet, and 400 of them are kids. And you know, we talk about fewer farmers and fewer show animals, but the State Holstein Show and the State Junior Convention are really big, and the Door Horse family has been really big in that. So I went down there, and they have an auction too. They have a labor auction. You know, back in the day we called it a slave auction, but now it's a labor auction. So I bought Wyatt and his sister, and we showed some cows over in Neilsville, and they're busy kids, so you can't just say, this is when I want to. So Wyatt said, yeah, I can come. So he watched cattle all night for us, and that night line is pretty boring. But I got there the next morning, which was show day, and the animals were all clean. He did an impeccable job. And he doesn't clip a lot because his dad has done that, but he got out his fine clippers and fine clipped the udders for my cows. He did a hell of a job.
Yeah.
So
Wyatt's a pretty special kid.
So I think he's going to be a sophomore at Madison.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, it should be 2 years since he's been in school. I was talking to his mom helps with our show in the dairy show, and I've known Matt and Molly for a long time, and Matt, I remember when he was a little tiny kid and was on.
Remember when Matt was a tiny kid?
Yes, he was on
Dr. Door Horse DVM when he was a tiny kid.
He was a little ankle biter, we called him back then, and he was in the Holstein Association just starting when I was wrapping up, and so he was on my Dairy Quiz Bowl team.
They were good.
He wasn't yet.
Not right away?
He was like whatever, 8, and I'm 19 or whatever
But
it was.
that's, you get to see how they grow in the program.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Now he's like an expert in the industry, right?
And Wyatt,
so not just an ordinary vet, he's embryo transfer reproduction vet, which is a very special skill set.
And just to take it back to Wyatt for a second, I've had these kids in dairy judging for many years, all the way through, and I coached Matt when he was a kid, and now Wyatt and his daughter and Matt's daughters, and Wyatt, I was just laughing with his mom that Wyatt, when he first started out, Wyatt now is an exceptional judge. I mean, he's going to go at the collegiate level, and I think he's as good as there probably is collegiately. But when he started out, I still think of it, and Matt, I think you might have been even helping in those days. But I remember Wyatt, he would turn in his placings cards for the 3 classes. We'd have 3 classes of cows to judge, and so there'd be 4 cows in each class. And Wyatt would come back after we gave out the cards. He'd give back the cards all filled out, probably about 30 to 45 seconds after, and he'd have them filled out, and it was just enough time for him to write his name down and scribble a X on something.
Because he didn't understand the program.
Well, he didn't. He wasn't worried about the program. He was worried about the cats. He at that time he loved the little.
So
kittens.
the Door Horse, we're a farm that sometimes would be on tours.
Yeah.
And that was always a joke, is they'd have these animals that you knew were above average animals. And the kids would give you prices for what you could buy a cow for, and they were under $100. But the cats were expensive.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just funny when you see those kids that way. And I mean, I've got a lot of 30 years of doing this stuff, and years before that of coaching dairy judging teams and stuff. You pick up some stories, and it's neat to see these kids how they develop, and then years down the line, now they're an accomplished vet. And I remember them bouncing around on the beds at Holstein conventions and acting like a little wild animal.
And then just ahead of Wyatt, we had Dylan Bangert, who was in the Junior Holstein program. And then a couple before that, we had Jay Stillman. And I think the Stillmans probably met at UW River Falls, and Cassie Richardson, she was one of my Dairy Bowl kids. She was the same age as my boys. So there's a lot of youth program stuff to tell in this
Is that
story.
so? Because the Stillman name doesn't work for me. I don't. But that's
Jay Stillman
that's
is Cassie Richards.
Cassie's. Okay.
So you should catch us up.
Yep. So let's see. Riker Kiefer is sold from the Meadowbrook 4-H. Sold a hog for $4,000 to Dairy State Cheese. We had Ella Stickert. I saw her go through from Golden Glow. Sold a beef steer for $9,000 to Nikolai Construction. Madison Canoyer sold from Webster 4-H. Sold her hog to Nasonville Dairy for $37.50. Maya Crump from Shady Lane sold her hog for $4,000 to Custom Fab, and that's where we're at right now. So we're up to date.
And so then Madison Canoyer, we're going to have her dad. Oh, here he is with the sunflower hat.
Yes.
So
yeah, we were just talking about Madison selling, and so apparently Madison is sold. So now he can come over and take over and get on the radio himself.
So he's going to pull the longest shift of you three.
Yep. So I'm assuming that this is going worldwide. Is that?
So Mr. Zaleski has said that the live internet connection is not great. So he's also recording it.
Oh yeah, nice.
So if you don't catch it now, you can listen to it later.
There you go.
So yeah, it used to be on WDLB live, and WDLB just does much less local programming. We got Sheila here because we got Bob and Sheila through WDLB, and they both have stayed with us. Bob couldn't join us this year, but Sheila is still with us, and she makes this all work. Right? She's the one that we're gabbing away, and she's taking all the notes.
Yeah, she's the one that's doing the work.
And I went to Mall Furniture, and I said, Sheila, you gotta come at least this year. But I think Mr. Canoyer, Mark had already, somebody had already contacted her because she knew about it and everything, and so it's a great thing. Maybe we'll talk her into more years, but we're really glad we got her back this year.
Yeah, she's definitely. I mean, I had no idea that I was going to be doing this as of a couple hours ago, and she's on the ball. That's for sure.
So what helps her a little bit is these two screens, and before Canoyer gets on here. So Ocean Spray Cranberry supplies a big giant screen. And I, for years, worked with cranberry growers, so I knew about Ocean Spray and the screens. So I go down to Babcock and pick up the screen. Well, they have a couple available screens. This is not the best screen, but that was the one that was available this year. So we set it up tonight, and there's two canvases that you could suspend, and the gray one looked cleaner, so we put that up. We know it normally. Well, what we discovered is it's meant to be projected from the back.
Oh yeah, sure.
So it's actually clearer if you go around the backside. And so when the sun was a little higher, you couldn't see anything, and it's all my fault. But I didn't realize that's what kind of screen it is. But it's pretty adequate now.
Oh, it looks real nice. One thing you should mention too is, doing that has really helped the sale. I know because when you started doing that, Mark Z, that's how he got me kind of into doing some of this kind of stuff, and we got Chuck Trinkler from Marshfield Schools
to make the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, and he started doing that, and he takes pride in it and loves it, and so he's a good man, and he's done it now for I don't know, it's probably 8 or 10 years.
Well, it makes our job a lot easier to have those screens, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Our job is easier with that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So I guess Mark is taking over here, so I'm out of here.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, it was good talking with you, Matt.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep,
You're going to make me be there at 7:30 again.
You're going to be there at 7:30, yes.
All right.
We'll see you in the morning.
Myers Family Law for $2,750. Meyer 175.
So, while we switch from Tim Hegg, we're going to go back to Mark. So we got Mark Z and Mark Canoyer. Mark Canoyer has been at different times the market sale chairman, and we mentioned he's had kids go through the sale here, and he's a Wood County product. He showed at the fair. I think he probably met Kelly, his wife, at the Marshfield Fair maybe, and he has done a lot of really neat things with Auburndale FFA. They got the pumpkin glow in the fall. They got quite a breakfast in the spring. I think they get all the tractors to show up in town in Auburndale. So a lot of neat community projects that during COVID. Mark, are you on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So how many, was it cheese of the day or cheese of the week? How did you do that during COVID?
We did a cheese of the day.
Of the day?
Well, yeah, we had fun with cheese, and we did it for 139 consecutive days. And it's nothing compared to the consecutive number of animals that we have coming up here, like with Jackson Stanton, but, we do a different cheese and show off its qualities, and it was just a way to provide a little entertainment during COVID. But, we look at these kids that are up here. I'm just amazed. Like Jackson's from Badger 4-H. His first year, I remember seeing him show up here, and he's just, every year these kids grow. And in the 6 years since COVID, how we've really brought this sale along and just brought this format with these guys.
We talk about families a little bit.
Yeah.
So we got to go on quite a bit about Wyatt Dorhorse because he helped me over at the Neillsville Fair because I bought him in a labor auction.
Yep.
But I think the Stanton boy would be his cousin, right? This
would be his be Wyatt's cousin. This would be Ann Dorhorse, Ann Stanton, and so that's Jackson, and he is one of the kids, or one of the Ann's children, and her husband's children that show here at the market sale.
Dorhorse family have a strong affinity to be veterinarians.
Yes, and Wyatt's going for biological sciences, and they just. Fun people to be around.
Grandpa Charlie is a vet, still does vet work.
Correct.
And then Wyatt's dad Matt does vet work.
And Nate and
does,
Mom is.
And then Annie over here, she's a vet.
Yep.
And I think some of Wyatt's sisters, one or two, are in vet school now.
Yep, correct. And so, Wyatt's going for biological science. And the other one I got up here, Austin Hilgard, he's another legacy. Like, we're using his water, or his grandpa's built waters in the hog barn this year. So it's kind of neat how these family legacies come through and having a good time. And
you bring that to this discussion that we've needed more of. You are the swine superintendent.
Yeah, I came to Auburndale, and it's one of those unwritten things that you have in your contract that you're an ag teacher, but By the way, this building and this barn is going to be yours.
So Mike Sable was that? It happened to be. There were instructors between Mike Sable and you.
Correct. And so we went back to 1976 when the Burdens were here, and so we've been a part of this. And on stage here, another legacy here with Mallory Cypress. Her mom showed pigs, and her grandma showed pigs here at the fair.
Let's just pause that for a second. Mallory, I think they missed it on the radio. Mark Z is very passionate about this Supreme Livestock Showman.
Correct, yes.
He was one of the finalists in that,
correct,
right?
Yep. And she also showed at State Fair. And Mallory's just like, this is her passion, this hog project. And it took her to Iowa State, where she's studying animal science right now and really enjoying that.
So this is probably about her last year? Or?
This is probably her last year exhibiting because, as college calls on, as we're popping 72.50 here.
Getting a good price.
Yeah.
So kind of a recognition of a career, probably?
Yes. A legacy that she's left with her cousins, and just helping, mentoring younger members here. We see a lot of these younger kids and all they show.
So up 14 animals at the sale. Is that mainly out of the swine barn?
Oh, Matt, we've added 14 pens to the center of the swine barn.
I heard you had to borrow some from Neillsville.
I maybe had to talk to Grant Koski and ask him if we can reciprocate some of the pen borrowing that we've had there. But when we have one club that has 23 exhibitors and 9 of them are explorers that are showing pigs this year.
So it's good prospects for the future.
Oh my gosh, it is crazy. 97 or 9,500 we're up to on this pig.
Did you show hogs?
No, that's the funny thing. Like I showed beef. my first year of exhibiting and $10,000 we're up to. I showed a steer, and it was a dairy cross, and I came my sophomore year, and I knocked off one of the legacies here with a dairy steer. But it was Dewey Wuckles, who was the professor of animal science, was the judge. And I started with beef, never had any interest in the pigs, never saw the pigs until I came to Auburndale. And we've gone from, these commercial hogs, 30 years ago to now almost every hog.
So Wood County for a long time has had a real strong, we've had good club project type breeders from Wood County.
Yeah, the Churneys go back to the 80s when they were exhibitors here, and now they're sold.
So let's catch you up. You know how to catch up, I think, right?
Right. So we're going to catch up a little bit. We have Mackenzie Abel, sold for $3,500, a lamb from Mackenzie Abel to Complete Filtration. We have Lily Palm, sold to General Farm Supply for $39.50.
Dairy beef exhibited by Nolan Pancratz.
We had Corbin Pancratz going to Bob's Dairy Supply, a beef for $6,000. We got Erica Selesnikow going to Myers Family Law for $27.50. Emmett Pesker going to Nasonville Dairy from Webster 4-H for $42.50. Jackson Stanton going for $3,700 to Fuller Mechanical. Austin Hilgart sold to Custom Fab from Meadowbrook for $42.50, and Mallory Cypress selling to Earth Incorporated for $10,500. And so now we have one of the Pancratz boys up here, Nolan Pancratz, who this kid keeps getting taller every year he comes in. The first year I saw him exhibit, he was up to about halfway the neckline on these steers, but they grow these Holstein steers, and he always has a smirk on his face. But he's got a 1,400-pound steer here yet. But yeah, these steers, even that when I started exhibiting back in '96 or '93, we did things so many differently.
Hewitt's Meat Processing.
Hewitt's Meats bought it for $7,000.
Yeah, tell that story. We can catch up again.
So we one of the explorers in beef was asking today, well, what was it like back in the old days when you showed beef? And I was explaining how we had to use a bunch of Super 77 adhesive and clip them up with this spiky hair and all these different things. Totally different.
They did like hair back then, too.
They loved hair, but it was done a total different way. This kid's my neighbor, Jackson Scheibe. He carries a knife with him wherever he goes. So then we have to, if we're farming, we always have to have a knife with us. But his second year
one
showing.
in the show ring here.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's like his brand. Huh?
Exactly. We got to. You're never fully dressed without that, but. It's his second year. His mom actually used to do daycare for my kids, and so just cool families that come through here.
So Bob Meyer would always do this thing to me. That was a solid white pig.
That was a solid white pig.
But he would ask if it was red or white or striped, what the breeding was. And I think most of them are kind of a crossbreeding program.
Yes, most of them are crossbreeds. You have a couple Durocs in there. You look for that floppy ear. I had to go help put a couple ear tags. That floppy ear makes it pretty easy to put a tag into.
That's a desirable trait.
Oh, that is definitely a desirable trait.
So are those RFID tags or what are they?
They are an RFID tag that we use. And
so
it's
elaborate, what is an RFID tag?
RFID, radio frequency ID tag, so that way we can take a wand over and see exactly what that number is because it emits that frequency to a transponder. And so we use those tags because we have several forms of ID. You can't just take your old farm tag from Fleet Farm and put it in one of these animals because we have integrity, and not saying that people aren't honest, but it's just one of those things where we want to make sure that the animal that gets tagged is the animal that comes here. So not only do we use that RFID tag, we also pull hair, pull DNA.
So this is a genomic testing program.
Exactly. And so Dr. Susan Tanksley at DNAi down in Texas runs and has a lab for us down there where she keeps the bank. And so if we have an animal that loses the tag or our champions, we pull the hair on there just to maintain the integrity of those animals. We don't have a problem with the animal that loses the tag, but we
can prove that that is the same.
Oh, it's beautiful. We send the DNA down just like you see on CSI, and we'll tell you whether or not that's the actual animal that was tagged.
We had that. It was a pig, right? The 10,000. That was Mallory.
Yep.
Was
correct.
So you're talking serious change for not as many pounds. We were excited about the $7,000 steers.
Right.
So there's reason.
Oh, there's definitely.
There's a lot of honesty, I think, here in Wood County, but this certifies the honesty.
The integrity, yeah, and it's always about the integrity of the sale and getting the best for the kids and for the best for the buyers. That they know when these animals leave here, like Ross's pig is going to leave here tonight or tomorrow morning and be on a trip to wherever the buyer chooses to send that pig. So all of our different processors, then it's guaranteed that it's going there. They'll get picked up from there, and so that tag, that RFID tag, will follow into that cut of meat that they
So
end
what
up
kind
with.
of pig would you call this? If it were in a pure breeding program, what would this be called?
Oh, this would be a bicolor, I believe, Matt.
Okay.
Bicolor pig, yes. I'm not down on my pig breeds. I'll tell you that. I can tell you a York, I can tell you a Duroc, but on these blue butts and I'd say it's a Hampshire, I believe.
Okay.
Would you say, Matt?
Sure.
Okay. Because it's a powerhouse of pork here in Wood County when it comes to sow barns.
Bob would always be asking me about breeds.
Right.
I'd have to change the subject.
Right. So Corbin Cherney, here's another legacy. Attorneys out of Milidor, Wisconsin, like these kids, their mom showed back when we were across the way, and we were in that tent, and they would walk the animals across 17th Street here, and they would go have snow fencing set up to take them into the tent. And so Corbin's she's from North County Line High School. She's actually looking forward to turning some of these animals into some future products in our class at Auburndale, because we make 7th grade snack sticks.
You guys have a meat lab.
We do, and so we'll take trim from these animals and we'll make 7th grade snack sticks with these kids, and they turn out, sometimes they make it home in the bus and sometimes they don't, depending on how much they like to stick, but generally we make a barbecue stick.
So is Mid-State Tech still utilizing your facility for some classes?
Yes, it is. They have a night class there that they have for 3 months in the fall and 3 months in the spring.
And I think they do that in Pittsville as well?
Correct. And they'll do some poultry processing over there, and they have some venison processing classes as well.
You guys both probably got some grant funding. You applied for grants to get those wonderful facilities developed?
Mid-State did.
Mid-State
did the grant funding for it.
To get your facility.
Did our facility. They made a few extra things in here. Madison Abel up here, she's one of our, she's been a 10-year shower, believe it or not. So another legacy through the Abels, so Chris and Josh Abel and Paul and Lori. But she is going to be heading off to school next year. This is her last show in Stevens Point. And she's going to be, she'd like to thank all of her buyers, and just a cool kid. The first year that I saw her up here, I made the mistake. I said, come over here, help me lead their pig. And I just totally forgot that she was a sheep shower. But she didn't have the heart to tell me that she was a sheep shower. She said, I gave her a whip and said, take the pig across the alley. So it's always been a running joke.
We've been having a lot of fun with that sheep show term today.
Yes.
Yes.
It's all about the sheep show.
You were saying third generation here?
Third generation here,
so
yes.
Paul and Lori?
Paul and Lori.
So they were dairy farmers, but they always had sheep.
They always did.
And they retired out of dairy, and I think Paul went to work at the Marshfield Ag Research Station.
He as a educator, just a crazy fun guy. Like when the kids would come out, they would run the wand into the cervix, and the kids would be able to go in and palpate and feel what that artificial insemination in the right place would feel like and be positive, and so they just had a blast with it. And so then Paul retired from there, and their grandkids are, showed, and so now Madison, this is her last swan song.
Third generation and already graduating out.
Correct.
Yes. You want to catch us up?
Sure. Oh, we have Courtney Bauer. I want to talk about her a little bit because their 4-H Cup Golden Glow owns. They have 25% of the real estate in the pig barn this year. They got 24.
This is the club that you need to get more gates for.
24 pens, and they have 24 pens, and they have 38 animals that they brought up. It's incredible, and they're all young members, all hungry young members. Golden Glow. They
so
meet at the
they
Grace Lutheran
are
Church.
like a real powerhouse in the dairy beef program.
Yes, they have a quarter of the beef barn too.
So not just, I think they're really strong in dairy beef.
There's
and also strong in beef.
Becky's got over 100 members in their club, so it does a phenomenal job. Macy Becker, she's been sending me TikToks of this pig, of how it walks.
So that means that they're fresh, I hear.
Oh, they're fresh hams. Steve and Shelley Becker, they live out in Pleasant Hill Road. They've been doing this for a long time as well, and they've been dairy farmers. They do custom hay baling and things, but they also help mentor other pig exhibitors and help them out, getting these pigs to market and really stretching their wings.
We've hardly used them, but you've been a big promoter of these kids put these bios together.
Well, they tell their story a little bit.
Macy Becker says this pig's name is Chesney after Kenny Chesney.
Right, and she has a neighbor named Chesney too, but I think it's Kenny Chesney, but but Macy he's an awesome kid. A lot of exciting pigs yet to come from Macy.
So you were talking about real estate,
yep,
and you talked about Golden Glow and the pig barn, and then I said they're pretty strong in the beef barn too.
Yes.
What club has the real estate in sheep?
What club has the real estate in sheep? That'd be Golden Glow.
Oh, I thought it was Marshfield FFA maybe, and all of Lindbergh's.
Oh, they're showing Golden Glow this year.
Oh, they switched to Golden Glow.
They switched to Golden Glow.
Are they split? Are they in both?
A couple each, I believe. No, I'm not sure. I take care of the pig barn. We have 181 animals in that pig barn, and that's incredible work.
So we got a younger showman on a big steer.
Yeah.
And is that mom?
I believe that's yes. This is the part of the Daniels family, and Lane, believe it or not, Kendra Miller. Yep. And so Lane is Jade's the younger sister. Lane, this is the beef with his grandpa. He loves Magnum tractors, and grandpa and uncle love Alice Chalmers. And so he's got Magnum hats, he's got Magnum belt buckles. But he's a member of our club at Webster, and just fun kids overall that just really have a good time.
So you have a 4-H club you're affiliated with and an FFA chapter.
Yep. And so we end up, we help with the pigs. We help with we have dairy. We keep our hands full. We keep our hands busy, and that's one of the awesome things about being an FA advisor is that you get to know a lot of these kids, and I really enjoy knowing all these kids up here.
Well, Mark, it's pretty clear. You're a pretty good communicator.
Yeah.
And now this conversation here, I would have to say that you love your work.
I do. It's this what you see here. This is Amber Drexler, they're Roselville Rocket people. They really enjoy showing. This is their seventh, or this is what is Amber? This is their 9th or 8th year showing. Roselville Rockets, but this pig barn doesn't go down and work unless all these families help out. And it's the little things about, I have a plumber that takes care of my plumbing that go out to the wash rack. We had some welders that came up this year. I had a few pens that were broke. Well, I can do that. I got an electrician in the barn. I have fabricators. All these people make this barn work. You can't put 181 animals into that small of a barn.
So I told the story before, but not everyone is listening to every minute of this broadcast.
Right. They should, though. I mean, this is good stuff.
Well, it's recorded, and they can.
Yep.
Right?
I do on Sunday night.
I was here with the dairy show today.
Yep.
And we took the better part of the day.
Yeah.
And then opposite of us was llamas.
Yep.
And then there was goats, and then llamas again.
Sure.
And sheep were in here. Right? That was yesterday.
Yep.
But we weren't out of here until like 4 o'clock completely, I don't think.
Yeah.
And you flipped this whole, it wasn't, I think of you as one of the go-to people. You flipped this over in an hour, basically.
Right. Well, we had 33 minutes and we had everything flipped over, but you got buy-in from these kids who, they tell their friends and they tell their parents and they go to school, what we did together, we set a table for 450 people in 33 minutes.
And you had time to get them up on the bleachers and take pictures.
Oh, absolutely, and they all enjoyed it. And
instead of them saying cheese, you were having them say ham bone and pork hock
and oxtail and all those fun things. But like Alana Cherney here, like we have this little rib going, like, oh, it's the first time you've ever walked your pig, and she's like, yeah, Miss Canard, you know that, and she works with her pig. But it's just these kids back and forth banter that we have that, they come back and they know. This kid here, Mr. Griesbach, Ethan. Roselville Rockets. Ethan knows every ear tag, like the 9-digit ear tag of every hog.
So this guy likes numbers.
He is a numbers kid, soaking everything up every time. Like, hey, I called, like, hey, what was that pig's ear tag number? Mom's like, I'll have to go check. He's like, well, Mom, it was 739-6412. Like,
so speaking of numbers, why don't you catch us up?
I will. So we had. Nolan Pankratz went to Hewitt's Meat Processing from Golden Glow for $7,000. Jackson Scheibe went to Sanford Health and Marshfield Clinic for $37.50 from Golden Glow. Travis Weigel went to Marshall Veterinary Clinic from Marshall FFA for $67.50. Ross Schreiner went to Gardner Cold Storage. He's from Marshall FFA, a hog for $3,400. Corbin Cherney went to Doorhorse Wood Recycling. His hog went for $37.50. Madison Abel went to Complete Filtration from Marshfield FFA for $41. Courtney Bauer went to Nasonville Dairy, Golden Glow from $42.50. Macy Becker went to Custom Fab and Repair for $3,900. Lane Miller went to Stanford Health and Marshfield Clinic for $6,500. Amber Drexler went to I-State Assembly Systems for $6,500 from Roselville Rockets, and Alana Cherney went to Gardner Cold Storage for $32.50. Now we have one of the Schill girls up here. This is Hannah Schill. She's the quiet Schill of the bunch. She makes a mean chocolate chip cookie. I can't tell you how many times that she has brought chocolate chip cookies in for class and the kids, but Hannah, she
did talk about that in her bio. She said she loves spending peaceful time in the barn with her sheep.
She does. It's a quiet nature that she is, but she comes back to Mom and brings me cookies. Hunter Safety, she brought me cookies. ATV Safety, she brought me cookies, and there she's laughing.
So ATV Safety is a different thing than tractor safety?
Well, it's DNR run. I'd like it to be a little more streamlined.
So tell us a little bit about your next week. This thing doesn't even end next week. You start the next year with your carcass event.
So yeah, the carcass event. So Alex Becker's pig is going to go to one of our 6 processors. He had a scan done on it. And then Dr. Archimedes Reyes from UW River Falls.
How is that said?
What's that?
Archimedes?
Archimedes Reyes.
Like the triangle, Archimedes triangle?
Yep. So he's a UWRF animal science professor.
He replaced who?
He replaced Dr. Dean Onan. Gary, I'm sorry, not Dean Onan. Gary Onan.
Yes.
Gary Onan.
So a long time. Judged a lot of animals.
Time. So they're not judging the skin, although Alex did have best of show on a can koozie that he made out of a bear hide, but they're going to judge the inside, so that scan looks at the fat, looks at the pork loin eye area, and the sex and the weight of the hog, takes that into all consideration, and gives us a percentage of fat-free lean.
So they're like in a performance contest.
That's a performance contest.
So they don't all have to participate in that.
Only the ones that want to find out, but back in the days of old when all the animals went to one processor, then we'd bring in Dr. Dewey Wuckles would come in and evaluate each one of the animals in the sale, and then we'd have this.
That was an all-day project.
It was, because you would take them around.
So, right, and we would go to Hewitt's, and we'd go to multiple facilities, because they couldn't even all hold them all in one place.
Correct. And so then when
we went to scanning.
Yep. And then the scanning, it got to be too much. We were bringing somebody in from southern Iowa, and the mileage was just killing us. And so then we went to the performance class because we wanted to have a carcass event.
So I think we had a year or 2 that we didn't scan.
Right. And so we wanted to have a carcass event. And so this allowed for, we had 92 people through and we never were able to scan the beef sheep or the beef or the sheep, and now we're able to do goats as well, but we were able to scan those species and then go back and put that into performance class as far as their percentage of their fat-free lean versus their percentage of their fat cover, and then put this placing that they had in the ring, and then those numbers are mashed together in an algorithm and it gives us their placing in the performance class, which then, you might have a kid that plays second in the class.
And they don't know the results yet.
They won't know till next
Thursday? September 3rd?
September 3rd, yes, at Custom Meats.
In Marathon?
Yep.
So that's where I wanted to get you to. So they go up to Marathon City, and even though it's all done by a scan, there will be a few carcasses cut that the kids can evaluate.
There'll be a lean and a thick hog. There'll be a lean and a thick, or like a choice and a prime steer, and then a lean and a better finished lamb.
I think you're official for that event.
Yes.
So your official is really the scan person, but the person who explains carcass has a PhD in education.
Correct.
And product of Wood County.
Yep.
And she's my boss.
And she was my student, or tractor safety student.
She was your tractor safety student. And who's that?
Kim Kramer, but Kim Kester. And speaking of other Wood County, like Ann Stanton, or Elsie Stanton is up here next with her steer. Today is her 15th birthday. It is quite amazing, or not her 15th birthday, the next person's 15th birthday, but at Elsie Stanton.
We covered the door horse and the Stantons and the veterinarians.
Right, but she is also a wrestler.
A wrestler.
So she was wrestling for the first time last year, and so it was really fun. Like these livestock kids, like Erica Slesnikow was a state champion. She was a state champion.
Wrestler.
Second state champion for Marshfield. We have a lot of wrestlers. Alex Becker's a wrestler. Coleman Becker you're going to see as a wrestler.
So if you go back on my side in the Round Barn, Jerry Lang was always passionate about the wrestling program.
Yes. And
but
Jerry was the announcer for Marshfield.
I don't think he envisioned girls as wrestlers.
No, but it is something that my daughter wrestled last year. It is something that these girls who want to wrestle, like, they don't have to sit in the sidelines. They get a match every game we go.
Okay, Mark's occupied for a minute. He, as you can tell, he's got a commentary on every child and very, very involved with this program. And so he's kind of running the sale. While we're very, very fortunate that we got Mark here tonight. But I think we're going really well, which is exciting because I didn't know how this is going to happen without Bob Meyer.
Well, and I go back to last year. Today is, this is Ella Cramp. It is her 15th birthday today. I had some parents ask some notes, because we're not going to stop the show to sing happy birthday to people, but we will give that announcement today. Today is Ella's birthday, and she's a 6-year person. But I remember sitting down vividly last year at the end of the sale, when we had Dennis, the sale after Dennis passed.
Yeah, because Dennis Spangard was so influential, not just market sale. He was actually a dairy guy.
He was a seed planter, like just starting that seed in those kids.
There's a tent on the fairgrounds here. It talks about Dennis Spangard planting a seed in the youth and they will grow.
Yep.
I saw that.
Yep.
So last year we were playing homage to Dennis because that was our first year with Dennis was in tough shape, I think, the year before. But we hadn't lost him yet.
Right. And so he called me before the sale, and Mark, what are you doing? And we had that benefit pig that was donated. And it's just, you look at it, everybody has that look in their eye. And just Jordan Lepak, speaking of that look in her eye, when she is doing showmanship, she has a death stare that you would not believe. It's just incredible. I like on Instagram show people there that you can look at. But that look in their eye, and as I sat down with you and Bob last year and talked, that look in that eye that you and Bob had, the passion that you could see that Bob had for this sale and for the kids and for putting on and being a commentator, I never got to be a part of this.
Well,
and this is so incredible.
You probably got pulled aside for little interviews.
Well, for the interview at the end, but not. This is cool. Samantha Kujak went along with us to officer retreat this year. We were up at Superior. during the fires. You guys down here had 250 for air quality. We were in 750. It was like sitting in a Traeger grill up in
Well, what were
Superior.
you doing, taking your kids up to the fire?
We didn't know it was going to happen.
It was
All of a
the
sudden,
Auburndale officer retreat.
Auburndale Marshall Officer Retreat. We went to Camp Amnicon on Lake Superior,
Wow.
and you couldn't see the Duluth Harbor because of what we had here.
So, Mark, did you hear about my dilemma with the screen?
Yeah, the screen it's not as tight as this year, but it's still massive.
So, Ocean Spray Cranberries donates the screen.
Yep.
And I have had a cranberry connection.
Yep.
So I've been the person to get you the screen.
Yep.
And they have 2 nice screens.
Yeah.
This is not the nicest one.
No.
Last year we had the nicest one.
We
This
did.
year it wasn't there. But so I said, I know this will work. So we had Josh Bell and people cinching it up and keeping it together.
Yeah.
But there's 2 tarps in there, and one is white and one is gray. And the gray one looked cleaner.
Yep.
We've never used it before. We put up the gray. So the sun is setting now and it's working real well, but you couldn't see squat on that screen. And we discovered if you looked at the back side, you could see it better, that it was projecting. It was made for a projector from the back.
Gotcha.
Saved because it's visible now.
And Josh Bell, this is his daughter Addison up here, and Josh Bell is another one of those dads there that that first year we had the consignment sale out at River's Edge, and we were holding our breath. Is this thing going to work? And now this is Callie, his first daughter that was part of that sale, and now Addison. There's 5 girls, and they're all hanging out. Well, Callie hangs out in the beef barn, but the rest of the girls hang out in the pig barn in Golden Glow.
I shouldn't just say there was a really good crew there.
But Josh is the one that'll yell and say, "Go get me some
There
zip
was
ties."
really some smart kids.
Oh yeah.
But because I'm not mechanical.
Here we go.
We got our fair project.
We're at the junior fair item. We are at number 76.
So just let me finish that thing. So I'm not mechanical, so they're like, how do we put this thing together? And I'm like, I don't know, I just bring it. And they made it work.
It looked like it was in a whole different box compared to what we normally have this year, but we have
had this one before.
Nice.
But with the screen that projects the right way.
So every year, this is the junior fair item. So sometimes we have ducks and sometimes we have rabbits.
So this means we're about halfway through the sale?
We are at 76. This is the junior fair item. We are halfway through the sale. What time is it?
It is 8:09.
8:09, which means we've sold an animal a minute. It's pretty incredible. Pete and Mark here, you might have not heard it earlier, but about 23, you heard the passing of the torch, where Rod passed the microphone over to Mark.
So Rod is going to be done now?
Rod is going to be, this is like his final swan song. This is his duck song, we'll call it.
Okay.
But this is Rod's, Rod's been like the cornerstone of this. I can go back to when I sold and we thank you very kindly as far as the donations and things and that mantra. So,
well, I was mentioning that we were going to switch.
Yep.
And I said when I was here in the mid-'70s, there was a Fredrickson in the box back then too.
Yep. Yeah. And
his dad.
His dad, and then he and his brother, and so this item here ends up going to the junior fair. And maybe you want to do one more turnaround here to show everybody in the crowd that we have here. But this is a junior fair item that we sell one item in the junior fair that is not a market sale item.
These guys are wearing kind of cool shirts.
Oh, they do.
In the back, buyer number 103.
Sold for $550. And so Gardner Cold Storage bought them 2 years ago, Matt. 2 years ago, I got a request. They want the duck.
Gardner's wanted the duck?
They took the duck home. The duck is still swimming on the pond, living his best life. Living his best life. It is just amazing.
Because we never know if we're getting a rabbit or a duck.
No, we don't. We had rabbit or bunny. I said, you got to get me a picture, otherwise I'm putting something really inappropriate on the sale bill. So we got Ava Hasenorl, which these girls work really hard getting their bidder slips. I think they got like 50 bidder slips this year. And they went down to Southwood County. She was the intermediate showman. She was the lightweight champion. And this is the 5th overall market hog in our sale. You notice that we don't have best of show rosettes from the junior fair building hanging in our barn. And that's because we have some amazing sponsors that put these banners together. And so Ava goes down with her sisters to State Fair, so you might see a couple different
you're talking about
poses.
these banners are holding.
Banners that they're holding, the girls are holding in the back.
So you probably got some catching up to do.
Well, I probably do, but we're having fun with each one of these kids if you get to know them a little bit. They all have a story. You got Kedron Klum, she's a swimmer coming up here next. And she is a member of Richfield. She's got a Duroc. I know this for sure, Matt. This is a Duroc. This is a homebred Duroc that I know.
So it's red.
Yep.
What else about a Duroc? Big ears?
Floppy ears.
Big ears.
They tend to have a fair amount of lard. I mean, the lard type hog, but I like that in a pig because it gives me a little bit of fat. And as Kim and Dr. Bernie O'Rourke has told us, fat equals flavor. So as Kedron goes through, we had Ethan Green, $67.50. Hannah Schill got sold to Oberholzer Auctions, a sheep for $29.50. Alex Becker got sold to Krings Motorsports for $37.50. Mackenzie Kriesbach got sold to Bruns and Sons Auto for $47.50. Ellie Southwick got sold to Normie Lane Farms. Was a hog for $4,300. Elsie Stanton got sold to Gardner Cold Storage. She had a beef for $7,500. Ella Cramp had a hog sold to Gross Motors for $4,000. Jordan Lepak got sold to Doorworks Incorporated for $4,200. Samantha Kuzjak got sold to Doyne Excavating, her sheep for $2,400. Addison Bell had a hog that was sold to Weiler Transportation for $5,600. The junior fair item, the duck, sold for $850. Ava Hasenro's pig went to Verwink Properties for $7,000. And so now we have Ryan Fite, who is a junior showman in our show. The kid, I mean, he's third through. So
you do a showmanship for every grade.
Showmanship for every grade, but he was the youngest, the junior showman.
Several grades together.
Third through fifth grade, he was our junior showman, which my son won 14 years ago. And we still use his chair.
Nice.
Yeah, and so super cool family. They're just the boys have always been a part of the Marcus.
It says here that Ryan is a third-year Golden Goal member.
Yep.
And his pig's name is William.
Correct.
And he likes spending quality time training his pig.
Yes.
So apparently it turned out well for him.
Right. So Aaron Knetter's next, and he and his sister have a good time, like ribbing each other because it just, it's that sibling rivalry. But yeah, Kim is our carcass judge up at Custom Meats and Marathon. So Gigi does a talk out, and we'll have 100 to 125 kids that come out for the talk. And it's always a beautiful day, and she'll talk about our performance class and our lambs and sheep and pigs. Lamb and pigs and beef and goats that we have there. Not necessarily going through all of them, but she looks at the performance class data, talks about current trends, and then what we want to have as far as what you're looking for and what you're feeding for, and then we go inside. We do a little bit of a skill-a-thon outside, identifying pieces, parts. There's like 40 pieces in the animal science world that the agri-technician would understand that this is a Burdizzo castrator, and this is a bander, and this is a ear tagger, different feeds, and then they'll walk through the slaughter plant, the processing plant at Custom
Meats is nice facility.
It is. But for them to see, most times you only get to see the front of the meat plant. You don't get a chance to see the backside. And so as they're going to walk through,
I think Custom Meats does that for Marathon and maybe Lincoln and a few other counties too.
And we were very fortunate this year because we're the only show in town. Earlier there were two counties that had their animals leaving on the same date.
Clark
and Marathon.
So you're talking about Kim Kester Kramer.
Yep.
And then we've also talked a little about strong in Northwood County, but some growth in Southwood County. And you just mentioned Gardner's buying the ducks and their Southwood County.
Yep.
But Kim was from Nakusa.
Yeah, she was from Nakusa. That's how did you find out about my class and about her tractor safety? And and she came and she was a llama kid. So we got Sierra Russell up here too. She's got some Duroc blood in this pig with the ears. But Sierra's got a big family too, and she has a lot of brothers and works together with her Sternweiss brothers, and she is a cool kid. And so because she had 2 pigs that made it, and the way our family structure is made up, like you can bring several pigs as a family. So if one of your pigs doesn't make it,
we have a setup now. There was a debate over a number of years that at one point, if you had 5 family members and they could each bring 3, that would be 15 pigs a family would need to maximize their opportunity. And the pigs aren't cheap if you're buying.
No, the pigs aren't cheap. I mean, these aren't just little feeder lambs. We got Emma Seidel up. And it's not a guarantee you make it through the season. Emma Seidel had her pig didn't make it to the fair last year. He got sick and couldn't come.
She just had a pig.
She had a pig. Well, the whole pen of pigs couldn't come.
Oh.
And so this year, like her sister Paige, this is my second year I was eligible. This is my first year being here. They're super excited. They farm over on H.
Right on the Auburndale Marshfield.
Correct, and they hosted. They're so close to the line that they hosted the Marshfield Dairy Breakfast one year, but they're also Auburndale. But we don't host them. We always have it during Music Fest.
Beautiful, clean farm.
Oh my gosh, the tractors get washed every Friday. It's all good, but those girls work hard. They work hard, and those pigs, they all have character and they all have names, and they just like the kids. We got Emmett Boone. His sisters are both wrestlers this year too. But Emmett Boone actually keeps they live in town, but they keep their animals out by Dean Bowman's, out by us in Masonville. So they come out every day and work with these things. And Emmett's just, you look at the kid, he's smiling all the time. And maybe that's because he's without his sister, but he's always getting ribbed by his sister. But this is his first year at FFA. And as you can see, the animal's standing very nice, but this is always something with the steers and how you tie them up every day.
Were you saying it was Seidel that couldn't sell last year?
Yes.
So Tim and I think it was Tim and I had a little discussion on that. We're talking about what this project does for youth, and it rewards hard work and builds character and all the obvious things. So they have to go out and get bidders. But I mentioned hard luck. That there's so many projects that if you struggle, you still get rewarded, and agriculture is pretty real sometimes.
It's very black and white.
Yeah,
I'm 0.2 over on my wheat toxins. They won't take it at the mill.
Right, and so she had that experience where she had a pen of pigs and couldn't take any of it.
Right, and they had a steer last year out there. It broke its leg back like 2 weeks after we had DNA turn in. It broke its leg. The project's over. Violet King, they came another one. They came one, and then they decided they're going to take a year off last year.
So
and then they came
if
back.
anybody's tuning in and saying, "Oh, I'm getting excited about this project," we're just throwing cold water on it, saying you're picking
I'm throwing cold water. I'm saying that they're real things. We came out.
But you were telling us about the family pig.
Yeah,
so tell us a little bit about that.
So, like for instance, at the Knoyer household, we raise one more pig than we have kids coming. So we had 3 kids. We'd raise 4 pigs. We'd always have an extra pig.
So for one of the kids has a name on each of the pigs, and the extra one.
Yep.
And so the Market Animal Sale Committee had to debate how they wanted to deal with that, right?
Correct. But the funny bit of it is that this is the hardcore thing that happens. On the day that you're loading pigs to come to the fair, you walk out into the pen and here's a dead pig.
Oh, yeah.
You've raised it 110 days.
I hate to say it, but my kids are about 20 years out of the project.
Yeah.
So we had a lamb. We showed lambs. We were dairy people.
Yep.
We showed a dairy beef once. It was champion. And we ventured in the beef world, but we showed lambs.
That's right.
And we had one we thought an awful lot of that hung itself like the week before the fair.
And it goes in the industry. You say you have livestock and you have dead stock. And that's how it goes. Peyton Parker hasn't shown a pig ever. This is his first year. He is going to be a sophomore this year. And Parker Jordy does a lot of spraying, and they dairy farm over in Auburndale. Peyton actually worked with a a graduated pig show person and got the pig. It was a homebred pig there from about 3 miles away from Brock's. And so this is a Duroc. I know this is a Duroc because Eric told me it was a Duroc, if you know what I mean. Is that wrong or no? And so Peyton worked with Paige on this, and this is what we got to do, because your ag teacher can tell you one thing, but when you have somebody who's shown at State Fair, it sticks a little more. But he's, according to his mom, like, he has really enjoyed the project. And he raised it over at his uncle's place because, they have dairy cows, and his grandpa has not his uncle's, at his grandpa's place, and they got an old dairy barn that they had spots set up in. And
$7,000.
Wow, he's
so,
up to $7,000.
I think a neat thing, credit to you, Mark, the swine project, and there's a lot more people in it than you, but you are the swine superintendent.
Yep.
It has become one of the larger 4-H FFA projects
Attractions
in the county.
Yes, I would say it's an attraction.
And what's neat, Mark, is you can't carry on a full sentence. A new kid comes up, and you know those kids personally.
Right.
And you know, a big project, and you know these kids.
And that's something like, this goes back to when we used to, we'll talk about the olden days. Mateo Schill here, he's another one that, he's a second-year member of Richfield, but their parents were crazy big heart people, and just awesome. And Mateo is just like, he embraces this project. And
Shills are dairy people.
They are.
And historically, they like Guernseys quite a bit.
They did. But I mean, Kevin and Sandy opened their homes to so many different kids, and bring them up and surround them with love.
We did show sheep some.
Yeah.
What I can tell you about this one is the loin just pops. This is a strong loin lamb.
Right. And that was a thing our judge this year. She's like, it has a loin like a truck. It's just, she was very excited.
That one had nice loin.
She was very excitable. But going back to days of old, with the pigs, you'd have to know Parker Leapak, another cool kid. Like, this kid owns his project. Like, I cannot tell you. He comes up and thanks you. It's his 14th birthday today, by the way. But we had
several birthdays.
We got several birthdays today, and this is from their parents. This isn't just from randoms. But the days of old, we bring the pigs down here, show them, and then march them back up, and we had to take individual pictures. This is before digital, BD, before digital. And so Keel would be here, and so they'd want to know. Carol would have all her stickers and stuff set up, and Carol would have to, like, who is this picture? Like, okay, then he'd take a picture of the card, and then he'd take a picture of the pig. And so...
Can we catch up again?
Well, we could. I don't know.
Finish your story.
Yeah. And so, but you had to know all these kids that come through, because Carol's wondering who they are. And so you just had to get to know them. This is Braxton Tritz. He's a future horticulturalist. They have Acres on H over in Marshfield. They have a greenhouse.
It's called Acres on H.
So Acres on H. So Braxton Tritz, he is a grandson of the Weilers, the Weiler farm on H there.
Yes.
So Sheila's got me all caught up here, so we're going to grab a few as we go. But Braxton's a member of the Marshfield FFA, went to us to Smokefield Superior, and he's also very savvy in the greenhouse world. Ava Hasenorl's pig went to Berwing Properties for $7,000. Kedron Klum went to Forward Investment for $5,750. Ryan Fight went to Sanford Marshfield Clinic, his hog, for $5,000. Aaron Knetter went to Partners Bank of Marshfield, the sheep, for $3,500. Sierra Russell, Quality Electrical Solutions, for $5,750. Emma Seidel went to Nasonville Dairy, $5,000. So, like,
we're flipping
awesome.
pages.
We're flipping pages. We're on page, I believe, Paul Harvey would say now, page 4.
Yes.
Emmett Boone going to Custom Fabricating for $8,000. Violet King to Roosh Companies for $5,000. Peyton Parker went to John Richardson Milk Hauling, $7,000. Mateo Schill went to John Seepers Trucking for $2,900. Parker Leapak went to Next Home Partners for $4,500. You know, the funny thing is, as our milk haulers in our county are just amazing. That year we had COVID and we didn't have our sale. there were stories of the milk haulers coming to that bought some of these kids' animals, and they went and would drop the checks off, and it was just tears because they got to see each other, and it was just amazing what they were able to carry out and able to do and support their kids because.
Exhibited by Uriah Meisner of the Marshfield.
One thing I noticed is we talk about back in the day.
Yeah.
So it's not an algorithm, but maybe it is. You have a way of making it randomize what sale order kids are.
Yeah. So it's just if you go in Excel and hit edit, randomize, and sort list. Back in the day, they used to go back and put a bunch of ping pong balls or strips of paper and sit in a camper for an hour and a half while we showed the pigs in the morning. Then listed them, and then pulled random, made a spreadsheet, and then turned them. We set the bleachers and chairs up, brought the animals down that night, stamped them, sold them, and then shipped them out all within 24 hours.
I think one thing that's really shows the importance of the market animal sale to the fair is we used to have a Labor Day fair, so everything went through Monday. And then we moved a week earlier, which really meant we moved a week and a day earlier because the fair ends on Sunday. And everything shifted back a day, except for the market sale stayed Wednesday
because we have to meet our processors, have their inspectors come on Thursdays.
I think there are a lot of reasons, but it really made it nicer because you used to be completing, let's say the judge was slow, you'd be completing your shows, I don't know, 4 or 5 o'clock maybe. And you had a sale that night, and you had to go to printer and print everything,
and then you'd forget one person in the sale because we didn't have cross checks through AI and through just the different checks that we have. It was
but
like one time through.
Now you bought yourself a day too.
Now we did buy ourselves a day, and we have a day to breathe, and that's today. These kids, Ava Forrest got to go. They have the 4-H has this really cool thing. Not only do they have the opportunity to raise these pigs, she got to go to St. Louis with my daughter this summer on a 4-H exchange where they just discovered the United States that these kids have now over 20 years ago. And just having this opportunity to show and be able to travel. Levi Pankratz, this kid is going to national FFA for conduct of meetings. Their middle school group is going to, and Tim got them trained up, and they made it they won the state competition.
So I was talking, we had Z and Heg, and I was talking about how their strengths complemented each other.
Yeah.
So I'd say conduct of meetings, is that something like parliamentary procedure?
That is.
So Mr. Heg was pretty good at that.
Oh yeah. And so Levi's son and Jeff's son, they farm over on Day Road, and so there's 3 brothers or 2 brothers and nephews that farm together over there. Really some cool stuff. And here's another Miller we have coming up here. This is Jade Miller, and she was the one who was asking me, Miss Canora, what was it like back in the day when you showed beef? And so I pulled out the Super 77, and her eyes just about popped. I said, so what kind of adhesive? Well, we just did the tail. We really didn't do a whole lot of adhesive in it. Because her beautiful steer, but we just...
Look at the width on that.
I know. That thing has got a brisket. Those are things that back in the day they'd say, you look at the tail head fat and you look at the brisket, the more filled out, the better that was. And she is just having a blast with her steer. And I do believe I do see some tears welling up there. That poor girl, she's just having a blast with it. And this whole year, like this has been her thing to talk about in 4-H.
Steer, these younger kids, she's a Daniels, right? She's not
Correct.
A kid.
Yep.
And
this steer's named Meatball, by the way.
Yeah, well named.
Yes, because he's round like a meatball.
So there's a lot of very intimidated to handle these steers.
You talk about the character that this builds, even with dealing with a pig. So Lily Griesbach's up here, and this is, she's a tennis player. You got to be agile with these pigs. They'll reach 20 miles an hour running down the road. But getting these pigs trained, the first 3 times these pigs come out of the pen, oh my gosh, it is total pandemonium. Just let them go. And so you might run after them, but just let them settle down, and then you have to. Whip isn't necessarily whip; it's just a stick that taps from either side. Gentle taps, just like you tap your brother or your sister at home.
But back, you said the Miller girl had tears.
Yep.
We had some tears yesterday in the beef ring because little guys, little girls, and their steer would get away on them.
Right.
You know, we closed the gates, and the steers, even the ones that get away, were pretty mild-mannered steers.
Right.
But these were tears of joy on her part, I think.
Right. And it is. Like, I still tear up every time I go down the chutes with my kids. Like, this is the last time I was going down with Maya. And, you know, you look at a livestock project and it's wonderful. The family's all together up here. It's not all wine and roses during the summertime, man. I'm sure, like, dairy farming is just all wine and roses, but these projects, it builds a lot of character. Like, we... At one time, we got Jackson Bolio. I have to talk. Jackson's he's a first year. He's another Golden Globe kid taking up that quarter there. His pig's Tulip, and his favorite part of the project is getting to wash and walk Tulip around the yard. Some of these kids have actual, like, tracks in their yard. But the one time our pigs got out, and we have a cattle lot that's cement, and then we have this mud that's over there. And we had corn growing around. And so I was almost on the horn. Like, I had Nick Wierski with his thermal drone on retainer. And the kids are like, they're over here. And the pigs were buried up to their belly. 18 inches of mud.
So they didn't move too fast anymore.
They didn't move too fast, but I had to get a piece of plywood to roll them on and roll them out of the mud.
They were truly stuck.
Oh my gosh, they were sucked right in there. Micah Stanton, he's one of the third of Ann Stanton's kids there. By Chris and Ann and Buratol. He named his animal Buratol. He enjoyed the routine of walking the animal. And sheep are one of those things, I don't know if you know this about sheep, but some people build a carousel. Oh, burrito. I'm sorry, Buratol. Burrito with an exclamation point. I don't have my cheaters on. But you can do several different things with a sheep. You can build a carousel, or my favorite thing, clothes hanging line that's inside. People buy them with great intentions, but you might have yourself one of those walking treadmills, and people put their sheep on a treadmill and they'll put it in a slant. That's how they build muscle.
Yeah. So in sheep, to build those hindquarters, sometimes they'll feed them. If they're getting hay, sheep often get a little hay.
Yep.
They'll have it way up high, right? So they're going to stretch out and lengthen their body and build their hindquarters.
And build that neck muscle. You can see these steers that have been worked. And so this is, and we got Brooklyn Akanek, who is right across the way from us. She's a busy kid too over at Pittsville, and really works a lot with her pig. I'm guessing that she probably has a track around her house that she walks her pig every day. But yeah, these kids who have pigs that are sheep that have treadmills, they have carousels. They'll hook up an old barn cleaner and make a carousel out of it. But they really put a lot.
And it's not just to train them for the fair; it's to help them develop muscle.
Develop muscle. I mean, who wants a skinny lamb? I mean, 15, 20 years ago, we had problems like getting money for lamb, and then all of a sudden lamb took off because we'd started doing delectable lamb meatballs here.
Yes.
And this year we had 46 pounds of lamb, 3 Nesco's worth. Hardly a lamb meatball left, Matt. They are just picked clean because they know that tradition started. Like, lamb is a really cool thing. And so lamb chops and riblets and all those fun things, we have an absolute blast with these. But the pork chops are, it's just a fun pig here with Brooklyn. And she came in as an explorer, and here she is as a high schooler.
So we got goats this year.
We do.
And we had a little discussion of that already, that there's been a development of the boar goats, the meat goats.
Yep.
And we had a discussion, I think, from Mark, that it was kind of a southern thing, that southern U.S., but now southern Wisconsin. And we are definitely not ahead of the game on the meat goat program.
No, but
then I think he was saying he's got a neighbor that's got several hundred, maybe?
Yeah.
And then he mentioned that goat meat is unknown here in the U.S., but it's one of the most consumed meats
in the world because goats can go anywhere. Just like Coleman Becker here. I mean, the kid, he has a Volkswagen Rabbit that he got from his grandma in 1974 that he restored. But those goats go everywhere around the country. We were at state convention And one of the cool things is they had goats that were grazing along the back of our hotel, and just a fun thing.
So in extension, you go to a lot of programs and hear a lot of things. So goats, you hear this joke, they eat tin cans.
Yep.
So obviously they shouldn't be eating tin cans.
Right, no.
But there are people that hire goats to clean out brushy areas.
Invasive species.
Utility companies will do it to clear out under power lines.
And this is a utility right away along the railroad that they got hired. And the people at the hotel didn't really know. They ended up being goat herders because sometimes these goats would get out. I did want to mention, this is Hope Genskow up here today. If you've seen these kids walking around with all these blue, Hope. She's got a heart of gold. She helped design these blue shirts that all of our market sale kids have. Hope did. And her mom helped press them out. And so this is their first, Hope.
Hope is tearing up.
Hope, yeah.
So she's a 5-year member of Badger 4-H.
This is a steer named Panda, named for his unique markings.
And he's a Baldy. So
yes.
if you know what a Baldy is, he's got a Hereford white head but a black body. And
Hope pours her heart and soul into her project, and she just has that strong bond. She is a livestock kid. They have steers at home, bred and owned, and this is her.
It's been her friend.
It's been her friend. This is for 18 months. Born last, 15 months. Born last April.
So that's the thing. The beef project is typically a longer project.
Oh, it is. And so we got Ben Griesbach's son. This is another legacy of Griesbach's, and so we have to be very careful in our pig barn because I have 3 Griesbach families that we have to make sure we know which Griesbach goes with which pig. And so there's been a lot of Griesbachs through the years that have been part of our program, and second generation ones as well. But yeah, these goats, those are they're milking goats and Nubian goats and things like that. But we had to make sure that we are getting Boer goats because we want a goat. If you look at these southern shows, these are some muscular type goats. So they'll put them on treadmills. They'll get some exercise into them. But last year we had a goat donated to our meat auction, and I had it made into goat snack sticks. We saved a leg and we barbecued, smoked and barbecued in our lab, and we made snack sticks out of it. Snack sticks brought $30 to $40 a pound at our meat auction. They were that good. So yeah, we turned everything into a snack stick. We made bear snack sticks this year, and of a bear that was surrendered to our program. It was too small. The DNR confiscated it.
Of a 255-pound market.
So probably good meat, that young bear, huh?
It was quite tender, but we were minimal in what we ended up getting out of it.
Not much yield? So we got another Akanek.
This is the younger brother. There's a third one. He's a 5-year member. He named his pig Sierra after his love of GMC trucks. And so he's 14. He probably has something waiting in the works that he's restoring at home. But as a Pittsville FFA member, or Pleasant Corners 4-H, we kind of have to pen these animals together. And this is part of knowing the kids.
Pleasant Corners and Pittsville FFA.
Pleasant Corners, Pittsville FFA. We kind of figure out where these kids go together. Just like penning Golden Glow and Marshall FFA together, it kind of works together because then these pigs they might be raised together, and you have 2 different families that are the same family exhibiting for 2 different clubs.
So, I've been hesitant because that's my pedigree, right? Pittsville FFA, but even before that, Pleasant Corners 4-H.
You were a Pleasant Corners. Where would you meet at for Pleasant Corners 4-H?
Oh, well, so my mother would be 105 now.
Okay.
But my mom and dad attended the Pleasant Corners school.
Okay. Oh, yes. And we'll pick up on this. I got to talk about Maddie Bonitz here. Her and her dad came in with this beautiful Charlet that she has here, and just incredible. Jeremy and Nikki Bonus are her parents. She loves showing her steer at jackpot shows and meeting new friends. So she's getting into this where she absolutely loves, these jackpot shows are like at Black River Falls and River Falls. They'll have steer shows you go to. Now you want to think of this in this terms of, I could have my kids playing hockey, and I could have my kids in club soccer, club softball. these kids chose in these jackpot shows, this is their sport. And so they'll pick out the steer beginning of the year. It might not be a market weight, but these animals will be going along at different weights. But Maddie is just, she loves, I mean, the girl's got $1 million smile going on there.
Well, she's calling it fluffy, and it is pretty fluffy.
It is. She put a lot of time into blowing that animal, and it's a white animal, so she's got a lot of washing in this thing. But yeah, these 4-H clubs, they would, like I was a member of Snyder. We met at the Snyder 4-H clubhouse.
We didn't. That my mom's, where she went to school, had turned into a private residence.
Sure.
So when I was little, we met at the elementary school gym, and then my kids were at the community center.
Sure. So we got Josh Lindau, and Josh reached a pinnacle that all of the Lindau kids are in the market sale this year. All the siblings are in, so there's 6 kids in the market sale. He graduated last year, but I believe this is his last year. But Josh is working. He's an 11-year veteran now, and his favorite part of the project is working with hands-on. He now works as a mobile Ford technician for V&H, and he builds race cars. But he took his skills and his interests, and he became a car mechanic.
And he's talking about he restores his '87 Camaro.
Oh yeah. So the kid's got a lot of stuff, and he's also on the grounds helping move bleachers and things like that.
How far behind are we now?
We're okay.
All right. So there's some powerhouse clubs. We talked Golden Glow is pretty strong this year. Pleasant Corners 4-H for a long time was the sheep show people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So and every one of these, but the majority of these 4-H clubs, when the one-room schoolhouses closed, the 4-H clubs came to them. So Meadowbrook was a school, and Snyder was a school. Golden Glow, Webster was a school. All these were one-room schoolhouses.
Richfield,
exactly.
I think Richfield is the oldest club in the county.
Correct. But if you look in the Junior Fair building, you look at the banners that are there, they're done in my era. So some of the things that we did. This is Casper Craning, and he's another Golden Glower. Is from Troy and Lindsay Craning. And so then we have, next one we'll have coming up is Henley Grossel, who another legacy member of the pig showing family. But I'm going to catch us up here.
Grossel of the North County Line 4-H.
So we had Braxton Tritz from Webster 4-H, sold his hog for $52.50. Uriah Meisner sold his steer to Excursion Trucking for $67.50. His dairy beef. Ava Forst sold her pig to Oberholzer Auctions for $5,000. Levi Pankratz sold his pig to Canoyer Oil, the best looking Canoyer south of Highway 10, by the way, for $4,000. Jade Millers went to Excursion Properties for $6,500.
So let's pause you for a second.
Yep.
So we got one of those banners up here, Reserve Champion Junior Showman?
Yes, Reserve Champion Junior Showman. So she was a second, so this is her first year. She's a third grader, and this is her first year showing. So remember we had that Junior Showman, that Ryan Fight. Yep, so then they had first and second. First gets a chair, second gets the banner. Both of them get a banner. Jackson Bolio got $5,000 for his hog, going to Ramatka View Holsteins. Micah Stanton for Fuller Mechanical got $2,700 for his sheep. Brooklyn Ockenick to Northwest Cranberry for Pittsville FFA for her hog for $4,000. We have Rose Hasen-Oral. This is her 9th year. Always brings some awesome hogs to the show. And so she was reserve heavyweight champion hog and 3rd overall market hog. Ava's sister and Gracie's sister.
Oh, a whole lot of width in this hog.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This thing is thick. So these girls take the car out in between running jackpot shows with pigs and growing sweet corn. They go on a little trip to go talk to bidders and things. So they're pretty good ambassadors in that aspect. They also got the show at State Fair this year and made WTMJ Radio. where Rose was actually interviewed on WTMJ TV. Sorry, not radio, but TV. In the showmanship competition.
Thank you very much. $7,000.
Noah Wellick.
Noah Wellick, he actually, if you go behind the scenes here, you will see a whole bunch of Voights on this side. And so his mom is Heather Wellick, or Heather Voigt Wellick, who is on the Big Fair board and the Junior Fair board, and also in the market sale. And just Noah he read this year at the Memorial Day service. He read a poem at a Memorial Day service at Rudolph and the Elmer Blunion cemetery there. And his grandpa, Virgil, asked him to do that. He did a beautiful job. It's fun when you watch these kids set these lambs up. They pick them up and set the front legs, and then they'll give them a pop on the loin to make that thing look straight. It is a stretch that when you show sheep, and when you did that, I don't know if you did this whole bracing thing where you got yourself down to a level where your navel was the same height as what the sheep's head was. But it is incredible.
Yeah, let's catch up some more.
Yep. 5 is Interstate Assembly Systems.
Interstate.
$2,250. Fire number very much. Going on to lot number 109 is a $250.
So we were at Jackson Micah Stanton. Oh, nowhere. Oh, I got to catch up. There we go. Henley Grossel went to Excursion Properties for $4,500 for her hog. Rose Hosmerl went to Power Pack for $7,000 for her hog. Noah Wellick went to iState for $2,250. We have Blair Thiel, who Blair right now, I can tell you, she's one of my FA officers. Her hands are down, and that means that she is as calm as a cucumber. Blair doesn't say a whole lot, but the more you get to know her, she does. But if she's upset, those arms will start go flailing around. She worked with another one of my former FA members who went around helping them with hogs and stuff. She's going to be a freshman this year.
So, interesting story in the dairy show today.
Yeah.
So it says here Blair Thiel's, Bill and Barb Thiel are the parents.
Correct.
So I was talking to an older gentleman in the ring. It was
Bill
Thiel.
You met Mr. Thiel.
So
Mr. Thiel follows the grandkids. We've seen Mr. Thiel, Bill Thiel at Madison for her state degree. We saw Mr. Thiel at Indianapolis for their American degree.
Well, and they live in Polk County.
Yes, Osceola.
That's where our Bill here in Auburndale grew up in Polk County.
Correct.
Which is now Twin Cities.
Right. And they farm up there.
Comes over to our fair.
Right. And so it's so much fun. That's such an involved set of grandparents who, like, for all their grandkids, they just, hang out and have a good time. And so
it would probably be Brenna had a heck of a day with the Brown Swiss show today.
Yes, she did. They only bring Swiss. They have all kinds of cattle at home, but only bring Swiss. So this will be Sierra Russell's brother. This is Max Sternweiss, and Max loves spending time training his pigs. He breathes farming. This kid at Max is driving tractor already, and loves doing that kind of stuff at their dairy farm there out in town of, they're on
just across the line.
Lincoln McMillan Road,
I think
out there.
Marwood
Or Lincoln
Farm.
Spencer, Marwood Farms and Lincoln Spencer Road. And so for Spencer, they always have a fall dairy breakfast, and they had one a couple of years ago.
At their farm?
Right. But Clint and Janice Sternweiss, the kids are, oh my gosh, they're either rototilling, picking rocks, or cutting hay. Those kids are always busy, and they're hosting a Swedish exchange student this year. So that's a huge,
They got their new student already?
Exchange student, yes. So she's tried cheese curds, she's had fair food, she's got to walk pigs, and we're looking forward to bringing her along in all the 4-H adventures that we're going to have this year. Just a sweetheart.
Because that's your 4-H club.
No, but the neighboring 4-H club, and they just come to all the different things. They're in Golden Glow, so they're going to be busy. So this is her 11th year exhibiting, and so Jessica,
so we're the second oldest of the of the Lindos,
and she plans on going for ag business at NTC, but Jessica has a lot of irons in the fire between the steers and the pigs and the sheep and the goats. She has a lot of things going.
I've heard that before.
Yes, and this steer's name is Larry, Lucky Larry. It looks like, Lucky Larry does have some sparkle in there. Which, Matt, do you remember the days of the linebacks and the sparkle judge that we had?
Oh my goodness.
That is a blast in the past, but that sparkle there definitely brings out the thick. But this
was a dairy judge.
This is the dairy judge that was mentioning the sparkles of there. This Jacob Bors, his dad's Terry Bors, who is the shop teacher at Marshall High School, Auburndale native. But Jacob is the youngest of his family. He'll still be coming back, but Jacob's another one that they raised.
Is this Trina's brother?
Trina's brother and be Eric Brock's cousin.
So Trina Bors.
She was your intern this summer.
AmeriCorps.
Yeah.
In the extension office this week.
Correct.
Yeah.
So having a great time with that. But here's another Duroc, and they got this from, I believe, the Brock family, who was their Terry's cousin, Eric. And so Paige is raising
the Brock Sandboard.
Correct. And so,
so it sounds to me like you mentioned Cherney's for good pigs, but the Brocks have some pretty good pigs
right.
too.
And they're awesome, fair pigs. Like they train well, they raise well. They're not high maintenance.
They're mellow pigs?
Some of these show pigs you get into, like they start growing and all of a sudden all they want to do is walk backward. And you can't walk them forward. Brenton Berwink here, he's the guy in the yellow shirt. Brenton's been doing this for 20 years, pushing these things up. Adelina Harchis, her dad and I went to high school together, but Adelina's, she's going off to UW River Falls for animal science.
This fall?
Yes, she wants to do pre-vet and do some crazy animal science stuff. She is a Key Award winner for the 4-H thing, and I was going to send her over by Wendy to go do a special favor, and she's like, oh, wait a minute, we found this. I said, good, then you don't have to pull your Key Award favor from Wendy.
So the Key Award, a lot of people wouldn't know.
Highest honor in 4-H.
Nationally, not just in Wood County or Wisconsin, that is the highest honor, is the Key Award.
Right.
It's a once in your career when you're about to graduate from 4-H. If you've done outstanding work, you get the Key Award. I think it's sponsored by Wisconsin Farm Bureau.
I think so, but she's one of those kids that lived and breathed 4-H, and that was her jam. She was in arts and
she was a total 4-H kid.
Total 4-H kid.
Arts and livestock.
Creative Arts Day and some play acting, and then in school she did that. At Lincoln High School, she was a FA member at Lincoln High School, and just awesome.
So you were an FFA member at Lincoln High School?
I was, but I was a 4-H member of Ed and Shirley Verwink's.
Which was a really powerful program.
That was a name.
A lot of counties you want to patronize the 4-H food stand.
Correct.
And it's like the county 4-H food stand.
Yep.
And ours is the Snyder 4-H.
It is, and
we got our burgers for our dairy show today.
Yep.
So they've changed the style a little bit, but I didn't get one, but I saw they still had the cranberry apple pie.
We do, and we make that at Auburndale High School. They come in and make that in our big commercial kitchen that we have, and you can do a lot of stuff in a 60-quart mixer. But I look at that, like, that legacy. Those are the people like you, Matt. When we had Farm Tech Days, that group that took that on was another extension of our 4-H. Those are the people that built this, and we built that together. This kid, Lucas Luce, is a member of the Webster 4-H. Got into this last year and really breathes it. He enjoys it. He's got an older sister that they are very competitive against each other. His pig's name is Diesel, and he's a stand-up kid. Will do anything
Sounds
for
like
you.
Maybe they start with the sow. He says he's watching piglets. Is that what that means?
Yep.
That he started with them as a full project.
Right. And so
a lot of kids don't. I mean, a lot of people, a lot of families can convince themselves to raise a market hog, but they're not going to have the sow.
Right. But that's the thing, though, Matt, with these market sows. Like our guidance counselor at school, who was helping release the hogs back here in the hog barn, he'll come home from work, and his wife will have this bottle of pig semen sitting on the counter because it's shipped fresh. Pig semen is shipped fresh, and you order it, they collect it, and they send it.
So your guidance counselor breeds pigs?
Yes.
Okay.
At the elementary, Josh Nagel.
Okay.
So this is Lyra Van Hoof.
So is their program? We'll let you get back to Lyra.
Yeah.
Is their program to make show pigs?
No, they just have feeder pigs that they breed at home. But
they don't keep a boar.
They don't keep a boar around. They just have this good semen that they get around. And the good semen will just take those pigs to that next level. But this pig is named Miss Vleck. And Lyra, she's the fairest. She is a fair ambassador, VP of her 4-H and FA chapters at Spencer, and she's a busy kid, but she's also one of our fair ambassadors, which is a pretty cool thing. Ronan here is a member of our 4-H club. They live out on Double C, and this is Dave and Adele, or Dave Hoosier's grandson. And so they live out in the cranberry country, but this kid will tell you everything about this little red steer that he's got here. And he's like, yeah, my steer really loves getting scratched between the front legs. Ronan
he
is
did a
9.
good job with handling
He
his steer.
did. He was asking how things were back in the day too, and the show
Tell us
stick I
about
had.
that halter Ronan's got.
Oh, that's one of the new cable ones that they sell at the stock show.
That doesn't look like it could handle a steer.
Oh, but it's a little short and it blends in and it's supposed to make their face look smaller. But that is
But people aren't. Well, maybe they can see it on the camera.
But if you zoom in, it's a little cable, but I don't think you can see it through the gate here because the steer is sitting really nice. He's up at $8,000 right now. And Ronan shows dairy as well.
Yes. Yes, he does.
Number 250 is Schultz Construction.
Good job, Ronan. But he's got a thick little red steer that he's got there, and did a really nice job with it. Ronan, this is Ronan. And look at Ronan walk this thing out. This is Ronan's
Well, I
steer.
would trust that halter with a steer that mellow.
Right.
But I don't know if the first day it saw a halter if I use that.
Yeah. So.
Are you going to catch up?
We'll catch up. We got Lucy Craning up here. So we had Kedron Klum. Kedron got $57.50 for her hog. Ryan Fight got $5,000 for his steer, or for his hog. Aaron Knetter for the sheep got $3,500. Sierra Russell got $57.50 for her hog, bought by Quality Electrical. Emma Seidel, bought by Nasonville Dairy for $5,000. Adelina Harches was bought by Colo Trucking and Excavating for $47.50. Oliver Andres Sheep, $18.50 going to Alliance Collection. Lucas Luce, $4,500 going to Alliance Collection. Lyra Van Hoof went to Nasonville Dairy, $4,500 for that hog. Ronan Hoosier, Schultz Construction bought that steer for a 1,210-pound steer for $8,000. This is Aubrey Fight, and if you ever got a chance to meet Aubrey Fight, she went along with us. She's going into 8th grade this year, and she's one of my FA members, but she went along on our mission trip this summer, and so her sister had to walk the pig. So she had to get the pig like really walked in and tuned in.
So her sister could manage.
Well, yeah, her sister's 5.
Oh, okay.
So Hadley had to walk the pig, and in the meanwhile, and Aubrey's other pig got to know Hadley, and then they became friends. So Aubrey,
the pigs became friends?
Oh, the pigs became friends, but yeah, having an awesome time. Then we got Logan Boone coming in. This is another one her brother sold. This is another one that's kept over in our neighborhood by Dean Bowman. Her sister wanted to show this year, but then she's off at school and had to head to the UP to Northern Michigan. Logan's another wrestler, believe it or not, in our market sale. Crushed it this year. She did really well in regionals and sectionals. And so she's.
Are we passing the baton again here, or what's going on?
Yeah, we are.
I thought I had you to the end.
Well, I'll come back at the end, but Z's going to talk about our champions and that we're in the.
We're getting close.
Yeah, we are, and this is a pretty awesome thing. This way, Mark could be a part of the auction itself. Go around and do some checking, fill in places there that we're always walking around making sure. Once we get past 35, this is the well-oiled machine. there was the year that we lost the audio around Animal 35, and Mark and I scrambled in the rain.
And all of a sudden you had even a better audio.
We did. And so our audio
you guys
this year
are resourceful.
actually came from Mark Oberholzer. And so this is what he actually uses on his auction barn. And
so Oberholzer has an auction barn in Loyal.
Yeah. Loyal. And so he picked up our checkoff dollars this year. And so, but this allows for us to broadcast to all the rest of the barns, but we don't have any feedback here in the show arena. And that's something that we have. We're not cranking 150 decibels. Everybody's a little more comfortable. And
we keep on finding ways to make this better.
Right. And so this is Jameson Sternweiss with his pig. But you want me to catch up and I'll pass it off to Mark. So it's really been fun hanging with you guys here. That we had Lucy Craning went to Iggy's Trucking, her hog for $4,000. Aubrey Fight went to Mortgage Experts for $5,500, and Logan Boone's steer from Marshall FA went to Merriwood Construction, went for $8,500.
Boy, the prices are hanging in.
They're hanging in there, and I will put my kids' animals in the first number one. I'll put them number 71, or I'll put them number 141.
So I think I started that story and never finished it. Back in the day, you really didn't want to be toward the end of the sale.
No, but when the kids do their homework and it's a fun bit. Like our kids will take Snyder 4-H pie to our buyers.
Oh, and we haven't been able to see it because we've been talking here, but I'm sure a lot of kids have been out delivering thank you presents to their buyers.
Well, sometimes we tell them to do that the week after because these guys have focus on that and let them focus on here because we're putting them at tables and not in a bleacher where they can just sit back and relax and have this experience like they're at a sportsman's banquet. You know, we got cheese and sausage, or cheese curds and sausage.
But they're still doing that effort.
Right. The kids are just putting this forward. They're having this experience. Maddie Burnham this year helped with the marking of the hogs that are going to get sent out after the sale is done with her dad. And that's something that is just stuff you don't see after the sale is done because all these animals are leaving at 5:30.
These pigs leave tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, 5:30, the first truck leaves. And so
and there's one more thing.
Yep.
We have more places that they can go now than in the past.
6. We have 6 places they can go. And so that's the amazing part of it, that we have 6 places they can go.
So that gives more flexibility to the buyers.
So that they want to go, we got J&S, we got Custom, we got Pinters, we got Faircut.
Why did we used to have it more restricted?
I think because our sale was smaller and they had room for it. And so they just all went to one processor. And now,
I think back when we had carcass shows, they had to go to a place.
If it made the carcass show, it had to go to that place.
And
because
that would be a column on the sale.
Made the carcass show, in the carcass show or not. But those are made awesome things. This is Odin Tomley. He's another Voight. So, 3rd generation exhibitors here. So I'm going to pass this over to Mark.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Mark.
Matt, I'm glad. This is a big chair to fill. But when I called Sheila and said, hey, we're getting the team back together again, Sheila is sitting next to us, keeping track of all this stuff for us. And I know that she was there. She was the glue that kept you and Bob together and kept you on track.
Well, she's making it work here.
We want to give a big shout out. And if you want to come see Sheila and see what kind of an awesome individual she is, stop in at Mall Furniture, sit down in one of her massaging chairs that she has there, and she'll try and sell you one.
We got an unpaid commercial, I think.
Right. So there's Hayden Luce up here. She's from Webster 4-H. Her brother just sold. Quiet as a button, but loves her pigs. But I will be back later when the sale gets done. We'll have some sales summaries. I think that's something that we can send that off to Bob. That's a big chair to sell, but we're going to turn it off to Mark because he knows he worked with all these kids in the Supreme Showman program here, and you'll have some fun talking about that. My guys in the back there can't tell enough of these athletes I have here. Pushing these pigs up and down keeps us on that 1-minute track, so special thanks to them as well.
So now we're going to switch back to Mark Z. Really miss Bob Meyer. He had so much color and history, and a voice made for radio, but not just the voice. Everyone was using him. The state FFA convention, Outstanding Young Farmer program, and he donated his time to this here for us.
Yeah, I really had the pleasure of meeting Bob when I started teaching years back. During FFA week, we'd have this FFA on the air. I worked for WDLB radio, and we'd meet in the mornings at 6 o'clock and interview with Bob and talk about agriculture and talk about FFA. And Bob not only had that great deep baritone voice that everybody could recognize, but he also just had a wealth of knowledge in agriculture. He was very, very influential in the ag industry. He was one of he's the guy as far as broadcasting. Bob Boso from Wax Radio, Farm Babe from down in Madison as well. They're the ones that are icons as far as in Wisconsin for ag.
And he had a major heart event, like I think it was 14 years. I could be wrong, but a long time before last fall, whenever it happened. And that's another interesting thing. He was a community service guy. He was helping with food drive.
Yeah, he was helping with a food drive, and I know his son-in-law. He's a teacher at Marshfield High School, Dean McFarland, and it was a pretty shocking thing that went through their family. But
talking to Connie, it was like we got all those years that we might never have gotten. So such a blessing to have Bob Meyer all these years, donated it here. He's also the voice of the draft horse show when we had it here because he's a Meyer, and the Meyer family has the big draft horse hitches. He was instrumental when Wood County had Farm Tech Days the first time since 1960. He was on our committee. And he was on, I think, the Clark County Committee twice or maybe more of their Farm Tech Days. Just such a public servant. It's really, this is going well tonight too, but it was such an easy conversation also with Bob. And you said you first met him at 6 in the morning or whatever with your FFA week kids. Those kids are nervous when they get on the radio. And I'm sure he made that work very well.
Yeah, he had that knack to relax the kids and make sure they asked questions that they knew about. And if they had started to stutter a little bit or start to hesitate, he just knew to fill in and then just feel comfortable. And Bob, he's a legend. And miss him. And done a lot for the Marshfield area.
What have you been doing when we released you and before you came?
Well, I had to clean up the griddles. We serve a meal tonight to all the buyers, and the griddles need to be cleaned up and put away in the trailer. And I recruited a couple big strapping young men to put these.
They're heavy.
They're heavy to put away. And then I've been helping. My wife is doing the helping with the bartending. We picked up some trash and just kind of went around and just enjoyed the atmosphere. And hopefully you're enjoying it if you're watching at home or if you're going to be watching it later on. And it's a pretty cool event. We can get caught up with some buyers, I'm sure.
Canoyer had like a story for every child, and he let us get pretty far behind. So, but he did kind of catch up before he left. So, where are we starting now?
Yeah,
121?
Yep, 121. Jameson Sternweiss, Golden Glow 4-H, sold a hog to Bob's Dairy Supply for $6,000. Madeline Burden from the Rosalville Rockets, Rock Ridge Orchards bought her hog, her hog for $4,500. Odin Tomley from the Richfield 4-H, A&J Plumbing bought his sheep for $1,800. Hayden Lose, his hog was purchased by Rail Driven Specialties for $4,500. Connor Mann, his hog was bought for $4,500 from Buttles Custom Ag. Maverick Hankey, his dairy beef steer was sold for $7,250, and Innovative Machines bought Maverick's steer. So that puts us at caught up as far as for who bought what. I think the sale is going right on schedule. It's probably almost a minute an animal, and but like our animal numbers are up, the price. And again, we'll probably have on pace to have another record sale.
So we, over at I think it's still Farm Credit that does the clerking.
Yeah.
So they, have a spreadsheet and they will have our price for us immediately. But these prices sound really outstanding to me. Again, I think just to set the pace a little bit before 14 more head than last year we're going through. And so last year the sheep averaged 2,200, the pigs averaged 4,130, the dairy beef 57.75, and the market beef 64.43. And we just seem to have a lot of $7,000 animals tonight.
Yeah, one of the things is that what's unique about our sale, and I've talked to a lot of advisors and other people that are involved in market sales throughout the Wisconsin. What's very unique about our sale is that approximately 40 to 45% of all these animals that are purchased tonight are donated back to nonprofit organizations, whether it be the Marshfield, Auburndale, Pittsville, FFA alumni, whether it be the Auction of Champions, the House of Hope. They're donated. So these buyers basically write out a check to the exhibitor, and then they donate the animals to a nonprofit. And then, for example, we turn around and sell it and make money off it as well. It's a big fundraiser for us as well with the alumni, which is really a unique thing that we have in Wood County, that donation back to the nonprofits, and which is a super special deal. So not only do you just, the kids are earning rewards for their project, we have a lot of nonprofits that are earning from this as well.
So, I've been doing this, I don't know, 24 years now or something like that. I think it was Bob the whole time. So he was doing it before that. So Bob always commented, he would do several counties, that we had these syndicates over here. I think we have less of them now than we did at one time, but we'll see the syndicates probably in the Champions possibly again.
Yeah, I think so. That kind of started probably about 20 years ago. I remember the syndicates did it. And
so it would be multiple buyers getting together. And so you would think, well, that could reduce price because they're not bidding against each other. But I think it was usually the high-priced animals where that would go. And you could tell that there was quite a spirit of cooperation in the room from there'd be like the Pittsville Syndicate, or there's different groups.
Yeah, they did a good job, and we still have them. And usually those are reserved now toward the champion animals.
Right.
Which is, hey, we don't want to have anybody leave here with money in their pocket, so it's okay for them to all throw it all into a pot and spend it all if they need to.
So there's events like Central Wisconsin here. We had Farm Tech Days, and Farm Tech Days has gotten. I don't think it's Farm Tech Days' fault, but it's gotten to be a little not the event it once was. And one of the reasons they said this year is not as bad in dairy, but certainly if you go into cash grain country like Iowa and Illinois, there's a kind of an ag depression going on. So events like Farm Tech Days had fewer exhibitors, and the UHERs are not flush in money now. But still, you look here, and we still got the support.
Yeah, I mean, we reflect back at what we have here. We have, obviously the future of agriculture with these kids. We have a big group of businesses from the central Wisconsin and even outside of central Wisconsin. And I was just talking to an individual during my intermission, I guess, and he says this is probably the biggest event of a group of Wood County businesses, as far as getting together. I mean, when I sent the invites out, one thing that I noticed this year is there's an uptick of businesses out of the Rapids area that were supporting.
Commented on. Yes.
Yeah, and so I thought that was pretty neat. We do have more exhibitors in that Rudolph, Vesper area, and that might have led to it. But I know that I think the Rapids area got blitzed a little bit with people out soliciting bidders.
And that's always been the case of Wood County. Is I always call it bipolar, but there is no other county in the state that's got two population comparable centers on opposite corners of the county. You said Rock County. That's supposedly the next closest. They got Janesville and Beloit. But it's like a 45-minute drive from Rapids to Marshfield, and I think 20 minutes between Janesville and Beloit, So, and we see that in our county board. There's like Southwood County interest and Northwood County interest. So that's nice to see. Northwood County is more agricultural. It's nice to see that 4-H and FFA is still going down there, and that we are getting good involvement from Southern Wood County.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing that you were talking about. You know, you got Southwood County, way back in the day when we used to run the soils contest. You know, it comes down to the different types of soil types. You know, we got the Northern Wood County with the heavy clays and more of the heavy soils. You get down in the Southern Wood County and the rapids, you get more into the sands, the silt loams, and so forth, or the sandy loams and loamy sand type soil. And the agriculture is different. It's obviously none is more important than the other.
You made me smile because I really enjoyed that event. I think we kind of did it pretty close to when the pandemic started.
Yeah, we stopped it right. We couldn't do it that particular year. We haven't started it up. But no, to learn the different soil types in our county and how that relates to the agriculture that we have, whether it's the cranberry growing or whether it's the, obviously the irrigation is big in the southern part of our county.
Yes.
Our Northern Wood County, starting pretty much Pittsville and north, and Auburndale is like heavy dairy with the agriculture. So, yeah, soil type matters, right, man?
Soil type matters. So that's an interesting thing too. Is we're talking about maybe an ag depression, but farmland is going up in price. If you want to be getting into agriculture or expand, and you think you need to buy land, that's gotten quite a bit more expensive recently.
Yeah, it has. And you travel around the state and you kind of keep track of land prices and land values.
And we're always cheaper than most of the states.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for land in that southern Wisconsin to sell for $13,000, $14,000 an acre, maybe even more.
But the percent increase is still about the same up here.
Yeah.
Even though we're cheaper.
Yeah, and so obviously land prices are something that is going to continue probably to go up. They're not making any more of it, and we got to feed the people. So, yeah, that's very interesting. We talk about that a lot in class and kind of monitor land values. And
Marshfield was always really big into that program. I mean, you always Marshfield. We expected them to win that soil. You guys taught for the contest a little more than some of the other school districts.
Yeah, we knew the importance of it. It was a great contest. It was hands-on. A lot of good memories from that contest. And it was. I still have very fond memories of going down into the pit and determining if it's the texture of the soil or the structure of the soil, the landscape, or the percent slope, and getting after as far as and then making a competition. Who would ever thought you'd judge soils? But we were able to do that.
And as a person that had to find the pits, you talked about the heavier soil. It was also a battle to have them not fill up with water.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yep. No, that was a good contest.
And the other one we had is now they've changed that, but the state soil contest was always at Farm Tech Days. And so during the time I've been around here, there was Seehafers, there was Marathon County, but local area, and then we had the Wood County one, and so I was involved in citing soil contests for the state contest as well. And what was cool about that one is Southwest Wisconsin takes it really seriously. They'd have people out a couple days before. You'd see the white van out in the countryside trying to figure out where the contest was going to be.
And I remember when you hosted it, you put them out on some really steep sloped land out, I think it was west of town in the Bakerville area.
It was John and Marcy Lundskrof farm.
You bet. They messed them all up because we had some different types of soil there. They
didn't expect,
right? They didn't expect that slope or that type of soil.
Or the water was still near the surface, right? It wasn't supposed to be.
Yes, that was...
So yeah, good memories.
Yep.
So you're getting a new advisor to work with you this year. How are you guys going to split those roles?
We share the responsibilities. Are very active, kind of figure out who can do what. Sometimes both of us do certain things. And we split it up. Both of us are FFA advisors who teach at the school, and moving into a new facilities is going to be super exciting.
Tell us what new facilities again?
We're going to be it's being built right now. We're moving into two classrooms that are connected. Going to be a processing area.
They're connected to the Marshfield High School.
Yeah, they're connected to the high school, and then walking out, they're going to be an animal lab that we're able to bring in.
A lot of people here have come to meetings in your classrooms. Are you going to still be in those same classrooms?
Yes, we'll be in the same classroom. We just took over the one next to us with a full construction of opening it up between the two.
So what classes would you typically teach and the new instructor?
Well, yeah, I'm kind of excited. Tomorrow is my first day. But anyway, I teach a wildlife class, a dual credit class with Mid-State, a dual credit forestry class with Mid-State Tech College. Teach some of the animal classes as well, and I also teach an introductory animal or agri-science class that is a year-long course of agriculture. I also have the pleasure of running the school forest. We have a 320-acre school forest in the Marshall District that I get to coordinate as well. So we have all the elementary schools come out, visit the school forest at least once a year. So I get to do all the coordinating and setting up and doing a little teaching out there as well to the little kids, the littles.
We kind of highlighted with Tim and Mark Auburndale and Marshfield FFA programs. And Mark Canoyer went to Wisconsin Rapids Lincoln, so they have FFA, but they have a much different student base, I think. Not as much farm kids. I think they treat FFA a lot differently, a little bit smaller program, even though it's a big school district. But then in Pittsville, you got Lindsay Meisner, and was she a student of yours?
Yeah, she was a former student of mine. I remember her in forestry class, involved in the FFA as well. And lo and behold, she goes on and starts teaching agriculture, and now she's at Pittsville, the agriculture and FFA advisor. We have a handful of Marshfield kids that are out there teaching, and there's some Auburndale ones too teaching. So
she's going to go by Mrs. Grove. Is that what she?
Yeah, I guess they're going to have to. Well, they're going to have to go by Mrs. Grove. Even her siblings that are in her class are going to have to call her Mrs. Grove.
Oh, she's going to have her siblings for students.
Yeah, she has a twin. She has two siblings that are going to be sophomores, twins.
Is that the youngest end of the family? Or not?
The youngest family. Brittany's kind of a interesting story about Mrs. Grove. She's from a family of five. She's the lone one, and then the other two sets are twins. So two sets of twins, and then Brittany in that family. So, and the two brothers that are now. Here's Jeremy Bauer up on stage right now.
So Brittany Grove was a Bauer.
She was a Bauer. So that's her brother up on stage right now, and he's an officer in the FFA exhibiting his pig. So he's a twin. Courtney is his sister, and I think she might be showing.
Is she selling too?
I'm not sure if Courtney is selling.
184, 184.
I think it's about time to get caught up on some numbers here. We're talking quite a bit.
She's going to be changing the page.
$250. We're moving on to lot number 1.
Big, tall Holstein steer. We were talking about Hunky family, Melissa. We got, I think that's who we got in here, isn't it?
Yeah, we have this is a Hankey. Melissa Gerlach is her maiden name. I had her as a student. This is her daughter. And a real nice Holstein steer, big one. It's
the big, tall Holstein. Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to go back and go into the, we sold a Taylor Shill from Richfield 4-H. Sold a hog for $3,800 to Doyne Excavating. Evan Kiefer sold a sheep from the Richfield 4-H to Dairy State Cheese for $2,000. Olivia Ashbeck sold a hog for $3,500 to Double J Feed Supply. Paige Seidel from Country Kids 4-H sold a hog for $5,250 to Westside Auto, Glenn Seidel. Danica Meisner sold a dairy beef, $50 to Ag Country Farm Credit Service. Keegan Tritz sold a hog for $5,250 to Nelson Jameson. Zach Bauer sold a hog for $5,000 to Forward Bank. Erica Slesnik cow, or Aria, Slesnik cow, sold a hog for $4,500 to Simplicity Credit Union. Soren Storms sold a sheep for $1,900 to Myers Family Law. Adeline Hilgart sold a hog to Buttles Custom Ag for $4,000. Emma Cuttinger from the Marshall FFA sold a steer for $7,000 to Custom Fabricating and Repair. Allie Moore sold a hog for $4,000 to Lynn Dairy. And Jeremy Bauer sold his hog to Nasonville Dairy for $4,250.
And then we're turning the page to the
last page.
The last page.
General Farm Supply of Marshfield is your buyer. General Farm Supply buyer 107 at $4,500.
Give you a little bit of background noise there.
And lot number 143 is a 286-pound market hog.
Oh, and I turned the page the wrong way.
And we, obviously we got a transition, and we got Rod coming back on the microphone, and Mark Oberholzer helped out, and Mark is obviously probably going to replace him down the road, but Rod wanted to make sure that he had an assistant this year, and I know that they've worked well together, and Pete always does a great job auctioneering. And actually, Mark Oberholzer was the Wisconsin champion auctioneer this year. This year he was the Wisconsin champion auctioneer. And he actually, we watched him sell some animals at the Wisconsin State Fair in the governor's auction.
So you thought he would be good enough for ours?
He's a pretty good, he can sing pretty good, Matt. I'll tell you what, I heard him at the State Fair selling some animals at the governor's auction, and he could sing as good as anybody as far as his auctioneering skills. And
well, they have a good auction barn up there. There's a lot of people pretty loyal to that. So.
Yeah.
And lot number 144.
So yeah, we're getting pretty close to champions.
Yeah, we're moving right along. It's always excitement, to get to the champions. These kids have worked so hard. All these kids work hard, and these champions that are going to be up there. What a treat to be there. And I go back to the memories of when my kids were up there, and boy, oh boy, that's the icing on the cake when you can get up there and you can sell your animal.
So Canoyer, working with the swine, said that his animals leave starting 5:30 tomorrow morning, I think?
Yeah, some of them might even be leaving at midnight tonight. I don't know how they load up.
How about in your barn?
Beef, we start loading beef around 6 a.m. So we'll be shipping them wherever they go to, whether it be custom meats of Marathon or Pinters.
So we've had some of these kids that are heartbroken because they've bonded with their animal. That would be an advantage in dairy. You get to take your animal home. But some people enjoy that they get to not take care of an animal the rest of the fair either, right? But if you have one of these champions, they got to stay here, right?
Yeah, they have to stay in the Pen of Champions. So if you're out there and you want to visit the fair and come and see some of the best of the best, you can come into the Pen of Champions. They'll be there till Sunday. They are released at probably around 2 o'clock.
So what, you got 8 animals in there?
Yeah, we have we have two the Grand Reserve dairy steer, Grand Reserve beef steer. We got Grand Reserve hog, Grand Reserve sheep, and then we also have the goat.
So 9 animals.
9 animals, yes. 9 animals that are in the Pen of Champions. Got a real nice shorthorn steer that you see right here. This is Jacob Lindau. He's just started showing last year. I mean, he's the one that veered off from the sheep. And
is he the youngest one?
He's
now?
the youngest of the Lindau family.
So Mark commented that all the Lindau children are at this year's market sale.
Yes, they are.
The oldest boy's name is
Josh.
And this is his last year?
Yeah, this would be his last year, and then Jacob is his second year showing.
Yeah. So he doesn't do sheep?
He does. He likes his beef, and this is just a little bit of a nerding out on beef cattle. The shorthorn breed has got 3 colors. It's got the white shorthorn, it's got the red. This is a roan shorthorn. So a roan is just a mixture of red and white. So if you pluck the hair on that steer,
but there still are whitish areas and reddish areas on that animal.
Yep.
So you see some that are, because we have, I know about this because we have milking shorthorns too.
Yep.
So and I have 2 dogs at home that are German short-hair pointers, and it's basically the same color scheme.
Yeah,
they're really pretty animals.
They're pretty animals, yeah.
And I mentioned earlier, I think we had an all-white steer or whatever that, I mean, you're not going to win if you don't have the most muscle, most structurally sound animal, but it does help when everybody's nearly perfect. And kids like to have something interesting. So I think kids like something other than just black.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the white ones, boy, they're pretty, but they're hard to. You got to make sure that you clean their pens all the time. They don't get stained up. But you know that from the showing the dairy thing.
Well, don't show. We have 600 Holsteins, right? But we have 100 jerseys, and they have black switches, and it's much nicer to show them because a Holstein switch is that's a work of effort to get that nice, right?
Yeah, that's yeah. So that the Shorthorn is one of the three main breeds back in the day. There was Angus, there were Herefords, and then there were Shorthorns.
And they were all English breeds, and then we got this continental breeds. So that would be your Simmentals and your Limousine.
In the late '60s, early
Charolais.
'70s, we need to increase the productivity. Need to increase their size and muscle.
We've bred the English breeds bigger again, but they've gotten pretty small and compact, right?
Yeah, probably the breed that has the most influence is the Charolais. The Charolais really got them, our meat, our animals.
They're borderline kind of double muscle.
Yeah. Yep.
So I think in your show yesterday there was somebody that showed something they called Piedmontese.
Yeah, we had a Piedmontese
in the breeding show.
The breeding show, yeah.
Okay, so that was kind of a double-muscled animal.
Yeah, that's a double-muscled, yep.
So a lot of interest in that. Also in crossbreeding with our Holsteins, because Holsteins are not muscular enough for ideal carcass, and so cross them with maybe not an Angus, even if that's maybe thought to be a really good marbling or breed or whatever, just all over breed. Inject a little more muscle, and I said we have jerseys, so we'll do jerseys with Charolais to get muscle. And I've been in Europe, and they'll use Belgian blue, really muscle. But people get alarmed about those because it can be pretty hard on mama when those calves come out because they're just giant, right?
Yeah.
And you lose calves or you lose cows. In the Jersey story, they say it usually works really well. That jerseys live with a Charolais pretty well. But that's always a concern. I think if you're going to go Charolais or whatever, you might figure out that some Charolais bulls are friendlier to cows than others.
Yeah, oh yeah, you're exactly right. So let's
catch up again. How far back is he?
We just got asked by our producer if there's a lot of pigs tonight. This is our biggest pig show we've had.
Oh, so we talked about a little earlier. We're up 14 animals. Is that mainly in the pig barn? And he just laughed because we had to get extra pens from the Neilsville at Clark County Fair. But I think they were up last year too.
Yeah, we're going to have to add on to the pig barn.
Well, in Neilsville, 5 years ago, they built a brand new barn, and they did a lot of study about how they could fit all the livestock in that barn. And it only lasted like 2 years because they're having this growth in livestock projects too. So the sheep I think it's the sheep have moved out of the barn. They've had room for, and the goats aren't in that barn. So it's pretty much the pigs and the steers, the beef cattle that are in that barn.
Yeah, you look through the years, our advancement in the number of people that are selling or showing pigs. And I'm going to tell you, here's a pig right here. This is a good pig right here. When you look on the camera of this pig, this was in the running for the, right up there in the top fifth class, was the top fifth class. But you look at that pig, how stout that pig is, how it's balanced throughout.
Avery Sticker?
Avery Sticker. And see the bone on that pig?
Yeah.
Obviously more bone, they can put more muscle on it. But that is a really good hog that was competitive in the show. But you're going to come see the champions later on. They're going to be,
like that.
They're going to look like that.
So the other thing Knoyer mentioned today is that this growth in pigs is he's got a lot of young exhibitors.
Yeah.
So we're going to see pigs for a while.
We're going to see pigs for a while, yeah.
And so people, you don't need a big pasture. They bring pretty good prices. You start later in the year and then they're done. So it's, if you're not a farmer, it maybe fits into your scheme a little better that you can keep a few pigs.
Yeah, the pig showing at a very high level has really advanced in the last few years as well. You're looking at pigs like you just saw on the camera right here, but also, you would have never thought that hair was important on show pigs, but they want hair on those show pigs so they can clip them like a steer. They actually will take they like to have
They
those
want hair so they can clip it.
They can clip it. They also have got into tanning pigs as well to make them a little bit more color on them. With not maybe here, but at the very high level with tanning beds.
2 Steckerts in a row, but different families.
Yeah, this is that was Luke Steckert, and his dad is Wade Steckert, former student of mine and officer. And but that's his first year showing. He's an 8-year-old and has done a really nice job.
8.
Yeah, I think 9. It'd be 9. This is his first year, so did a nice job with that steer.
Then we got Clums up here. So I had the opportunity to be the field crops and garden judge the last 2 years. And the Clums take that project in pretty steadily.
Yeah.
And they're cousins. They're not brothers and sisters. I think they're cousins. They all brought in second crop grassy hay and second crop alfalfa hay. And it was like out of the same bale.
Yeah.
So I had to be careful that I placed them the same. Right? And then another neat activity we do over there is people bring in haylage and corn silage, and the judge doesn't judge them. We take a sample and we take them to Dairyland Labs in Stratford. We used to take them to the Marshfield Ag Research Station when they still had a soil and forage lab, but they've closed that. So we go to Stratford, and we don't let the judge guess what the forage quality is. We use NIR, which is near infrared spectrophotometry, to give a relative forage quality on the haylage and milk per ton on the corn silage. So, and that's sponsored by the Wood County Farm Bureau, which I'm going to put another plug for the Wood County Farm Bureau. A lot of our groups here, I think in some of our special activities, gave away ice cream cones to people. Did you guys in livestock have any prizes where you got a ticket to the...
We did not. Not that I know of, not in the beef one.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of those. So a lot of people got free ice cream down at the Farm Bureau ice cream stand.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. The young lady that's up there with her lamb right now, Elena Audi, she was the supreme showman today. She won the sheep showmanship contest, and then her supreme showmanship contest, she was the top place individual.
Okay, so you put a plug on about that. You had them up there just before the sale, but I think that was a little bit before we might have been live. So she won the whole thing.
Yeah.
So she was one of the top 2 sheep showmen, I assume probably top. And then a different judge came a different day today, and that was one of the activities. As I said, we did dairy and we did llamas and we did goats, but we also did your Supreme Showman event. And you had some nice prizes. $100 was that first? Or?
No, we have
more than that.
Some really good sponsorship. We started that 5 years ago. We wanted to add to the livestock and add a program that the kids need to participate in on Wednesday. The livestock. I mean, the sales tonight.
You had a low point.
We had a low point. We had something. We had time, and so what we did is we came up with a plan, and we got sponsorship, and we take the top 2 showmen of the 3 species, and we bring them into the senior showman, and we bring them into a ring, and we make them compete against one another. And a lady, actually, she's the 3rd Owie out of the 5 years to win it. So they know how to show.
And they also often show up in the champions.
Yes, they do a great job with their projects.
And not always just sheep.
No, I think a lady, or some of them show beef. Anna Marie, I know, showed beef and was very successful in showmanship in the beef. So, but they do all the species. They don't do hogs, but they must. Must be
so
quick
that
learners.
would be why they're doing good in this contest. And maybe we didn't explain that. Those kids won in their species, but they then have to show the other species to win that event.
Yeah, they have to show the other species and go out and learn a little bit how to grab, make sure you got the right equipment.
So we are on our last animal before the champions.
Yes, we better get caught up after this one, and then we'll have a little break before the champions.
Okay. So there goes the last pig before the champions. We're going to go into reserves. We'll have four reserve champions. We'll have beef, dairy beef, swine, and lambs. And then we go 5 with the grand champions, because added on to those, we'll have goats. So now we'll update.
Yeah, I'm going to go right through this, try as quickly as possible. We got Madison Hankey sold her dairy beef to Wheelers of Marshfield for $7,250. Devin Cherney sold the hog for $4,500 to General Farm Supply. Abrietta Hartje sold her hog for $5,000 to Econ Electric. Levi Hilgert sold his hog for $4,750 to SNR Truck LLC. Jacob Lindau sold his beef steer for $6,000 to Sanford Health Marshall Clinic. Gracie Hasenhorl sold her hog for $6,000 to Econ Electric. Emily Lassa sold her hog for $5,500 to, Zaleski Trucking LLC. Dakota Zenner sold a sheep for $1,900 to Dairy State Cheese. Lydia Bell sold a hog for $7,000 to Next Gen Agronomy LLC. Avery Steckert sold her hog for $5,250 to Lynn Dairy. Luke Steckert sold his beef animal for $6,500 to Wheelers of Marshfield. Carson Clubb sold his hog for $7,000 to Truck Country. Elena Owie sold her sheep for $3,500 to Forward Bank. And the last of the non-champions, Parker Burgess, sold his hog for $3,750 to Next Gen Agronomist. Now we're excited to announce that we get the reserve and grand champions animals. Maybe we listen to Rod a little bit.
We thank you all for being here. We certainly hope to see you all next year. Want to thank Pete for helping out tonight again. This is, I don't know how many sales he's been doing, but quite a while with us. Thank Mark for announcing, relieving me for a while. Thank the spotters, Eddie and Captain. Brad, it was great having you here. You guys did a great job. And again, another big thank you to the Ag Country Farm Credit people. They've been clerking the sale for as long as I can remember. We couldn't do it without them. So, and a reminder to all of the exhibitors, as soon as we get done with the sale, you can report back to the sale arena to help tear down. So at this point in time, we'll do the sale of champions. We'll start with the reserve champions. Again, we will not be taking pictures immediately after each animal. They will be moving over to a corner of the building, and pictures will be taken immediately after the sale is completed. So at this point in time, we will move on to the sale of champions. We have lot number 155, which is a 129-pound lamb sold by Brianna Owie of the Auburndale FFA. And just a little bit about Brianna. Her parents are Dale and Kelly Owie. She's Auburndale FFA. She's 16 years old. She's going to be a junior at Assumption Catholic High School. She's been showing for 8 years. She's been multiple-time top 5 showman. She's 2-time grand champion market lamb fair. Her favorite memory is winning grand champion market goat the first year they're able to sell. And she would like to thank her parents, family, Justin Luther, and I'd really like to thank my older sister, Anna Marie. So at this time, Pete, we are selling the reserve champion market lamb. Here's your reserve champ.
Sure, congratulations to Brianna. That's a really nice lamb. She's worked really hard, and like she said, she shows other lives, or the Owie family.
Well, we just were 2 animals before. We were talking about Elena, who has the Supreme Showman, and I just stumbled in that and said, well, they show up in the championship rounds a lot too, right?
Yes, they do. I know they've been there for beef. They've been there for sheep a few times. Maybe the Supreme Showmanship contest is going to get them fired up about showing a hog or two down the road.
There you go.
I mean, that's one of the things is that, if you want to come and watch a really quality lamb show, our kids in Wood County get after it. Not only do they show just at Wood County, they show all over the place. They got the Lindows, the Owies, Matty Abel, the Kurtzwells, what they used to show. They show at the state fair. They show at different.
So you're going to be able to weigh in on this. So Mark was talking about real estate, number of animals exhibiting each of the species. And I think he said Golden Glow has really gotten a big swine exhibit. And then I said, well, I thought they were really strong in the dairy beef.
Yes, Golden Glow. They have quite a few dairy beef. You're exactly right.
And they were fairly strong in beef in general.
Yes.
And then you're with Marshfield FFA.
Yes.
I thought they had, he disputed it. So the Lindos show with Marshfield FFA and 4-H, they do both?
No, they show through Marshfield FFA, but Jacob's not an FFA, the youngest, so he still shows at Golden Glow 4-H.
But I was out there, you had a big exhibit in the sheep barn.
Yeah, we have a lot of, we have the Lindows, the Abels that show sheep.
Oh, Abels are in your group too?
Yes.
Yeah. So that was, we talk about multi-generational families, and Abels were an example of that.
Yes.
Paul and Lori, and then, be quiet for it.
Yeah. That last animal, that reserve champion, sold to McMillan Electric for $6,750.
So it sold really well.
Yes.
But as we mentioned before, sometimes it's some randomness, how well you got bidders or so forth. We've had animals sell for more than that.
This is a very unique hog.
Why?
A very unique hog. You take a look at this hog and you look at, you can see that it's got hair on its legs. That thing is fitted up. You don't think you fit hogs. Nowadays you fit hogs. All black hog. Just a beautiful animal.
So it's been clipped on though?
Oh yeah, it's been clipped on. Yep. And
well, it's very straight line, right?
That's quite a
the belly and the top is very straight.
And the other thing, the one thing they look for structure. Watch that pig walk, how it replaces its feet. The back foot
really
goes right into it.
moves solid.
Yeah. And structure's a big deal in the show world. And see how that back foot replaces its front foot in that same hole. She's done a nice job.
So you had your own cow-calf herd to have.
I do.
And you kind of breed for show potential.
Yeah.
But your kids did really well in this program. Did you end up evaluating your calf herd and thinking I need to go out to a club calf sale and buy animals?
Yeah, we ended up going out and purchasing club calves. We'd go on trips each fall and do tours down that southwestern part of Wisconsin,
So
which is a hotbed.
okay, so staying in the state, because I think let's listen to this for a moment.
It's up to $10,000.
A lot of applause going on here. Excitement building. She's smiling. She's happy.
11,750.
I think this might be her first year showing.
She got a bio, huh? I assume.
12,250. 12,250.
It says.
Sold reserve for 12.
Congratulations.
First year, Badger 4-H, daughter of Andy and Jessica Edwards.
Sadie, how are you going to beat that in your second year?
The pig's name was Wilbur. So her sister did really well in the beef show, right?
Yeah. So that buyer was Sand Country Electric LLC, and that hog just sold for $12,000. Congratulations.
So this is another one of these Southwood County stories, right? The Edwards are. And then I think the Howie girls, she's going to school has gone to school at Assumption, right?
Yes.
So that's Rapids.
The reserve champion dairy steer. This is a 1,670.
So this is this is obviously the reserve champion dairy steer. One of the things that they talk about with the, dairy steers, they're big. They're bred, in the meat industry. They're volume, and again, you want these animals to finish out at that 16 to 1,700 pounds
And
range.
this one, 1672.
1672, and animals like this, they might get a premium for because it's just loaded with meat.
So it's Callie Bell. Was she with your FFA chapter, or where was she?
Nope, she's not with her. I had her dad in FFA back in the day,
but she's Golden Glow.
Yeah, nope, she's Golden Glow.
Which I said, Golden Glow is the powerhouse in the dairy beef.
Dairy beef. They got the dairy beef thing figured out.
The reserve champion dairy steer for Kelly Bell.
You better believe it. Right here, you bet you will. Tell you what, 4,000. Let's start them and go. 4.
And her family
5,
back in the
6,
day used to milk cows, and then they used to raise steers and sold steers.
Excellent farmers.
And then now they're big into the cash crop. And
and family was part of they got kind of roped in to Farm Tech Days. Like both of their neighbors were in it, and then we couldn't find Tent City perfectly, and we ended up going into their farm a little bit. And then Janet was on our committee very reluctantly because she was such a busy lady. That'd be Grandma, right?
Yep, Janet.
And we got her, and she if she signs up, if she decides she's not too busy, she can take it on. Then she's going to do a lot for you.
Yep. Yeah, she was very, Janet was very influential in our dairy breakfast that we host every Father's Day. She ran that breakfast for many years.
So we didn't get the price, did we?
$9,500 for that.
95
is Francine Properties, buyer 177.
I think we got a consortium on this one, Matt.
We got what?
A group of them.
Excavating, and buyer 222 is Quality Electric Solutions. So we thank the buyer for the purchase of the reserve.
About 4 of them there, was it?
Dairy steer. And that leads us on to the reserve champion market steer. This is a 1,480 pound steer shown by Kennedy Edwards of the Badger 4-H.
So the Edwards had 2 reserve champions.
They had the reserve champion hog and the reserve champion steer.
So I have to tell the story. Some very involved Wood County Holstein breeders retired from milking cows. Well, you just go into shock if you have to milk cows twice a day. And so they do farm things for this Edwards family. So
this is quite a steer. I think we had, and you got to see it yesterday, Matt. Probably one of the highest quality beef shows that we've had.
Yes.
The line of ones that were in for the champion, those 5 animals that were out there, were all really, really high quality. And this is a show steer. When you look at this steer right here, it's got that big bone, it's got that good structure, it's got that real long extended front end on that animal. They've been working hard on that with its hair. That probably animal has been washing bone every morning and night since the beginning of June.
Saw a little air conditioning.
I don't know if this one you can do a lot with fans too if you got the right type of barn to put it in, but could be. So yeah, this is another really a big steer. And again, the show and steer world, they're going to these bigger animals now. That 1450 is in that ballpark.
Oh, he's really straight.
Yeah.
So she's a second-year exhibitor?
She's a second-year exhibitor. So that last animal that Callie Bell sold from Golden Glow 4-H sold that reserve champion steer to multiple buyers for $9,500. We got Francine Properties, Mid-Wisconsin, Quality Electrical Solutions bought that animal.
And now we're on Kennedy Edwards. This is the last of the reserve champions.
13,750. Brad, you're in at 13,500.
13,500.
13,750. 13,000. 13 new blood. 14,250. 14,250. 14,250.
Kennedy did pretty well in showmanship too.
Yes, she did. She does a nice job. Yeah, that's really a nice steer. She's put a lot of time and effort into that, and you can just tell by the way it's showing out there. And that steer could compete in a lot of fairs and probably be a steer that you could take to the state fair and be really proud of.
Kennedy hasn't gone to State Fair yet?
No, she's too young. You got to be 12 to show at the
So
State
she's
Fair.
too young.
So I guess I hope that she progresses along at Wood County. That I'd like to see her at the State Fair when she moves along here. So because that's just a different level, you know, and
So
with
at
the
this point
animals.
in time, we will be moving on to the sale of the Grand Champion animal.
Such a sad story out of Alma Center. The young man, football player that died on, was a beef exhibitor?
Yeah, he was a livestock exhibitor. He showed pigs, he showed beef.
But he had like the Supreme Bred and Owned, I thought that was beef in 2025?
Yeah, he was a showman. I mean, he was heavily involved in athletics and he was heavily involved in the show industry and with hogs and beef cattle.
So now we got the only goat we've seen all night because it's a newer project, right?
Yeah, that's a newer project. That reserve champion steer sold for $14,250 to Roosh Companies out of Rapids. So congratulations, Kennedy, on that awesome sale.
And this, Alina Calloway, is kind of my neighbor. Like, you know, it's like a mile between my place and them, but our property's a butt. And, you know, her parents, I don't think, were passionate about goats, but she sure was. And I think you were probably at the market sale committee when her mom and her showed up and made the case why we needed to get in the goat business at the market animal sale. And I think it took some convincing, you know, but probably I think the right choice made. We see a lot of other fairs. The goat project is increasing. So they're boar goats, so they kind of got that Roman nose, big ears. Of course, the thing that makes them an outstanding meat animal is neither of those things. They're just physically a pretty wide, muscled animal compared to our typical dairy goat breeds.
$4,000, thank you now, 4,100, 4,100,
4,000?
And notice how they lead those animals. They got a halter that goes underneath their neck. It's different than any other species.
4,011 to 4,100, 4,011 to 41, 4,011 to 41. 40, 50, 4,100, 4,050, 41, 4,100, 41, 4150. Yes or no? 4150, 4150. I sold it over here, $4,100.
So I think it would.
5, 6. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
4,100?
And buyer 256.
$4,100 for the champion goat for Ashley Calloway from Pleasant Corners, Florida.
Sean Dupuy.
Construction, and we thank you very much. And this brings us along to lot number 160.
So Clark County hosted Area Animal Science Days in Neillsville June 30th this year. I was very involved with it. I think you had that as an activity your livestock kids could do to qualify for market animal sale.
Yep, that's one of the things.
And one of the things Bernie O'Rourke needs in the livestock end is she needs a goat class. And we couldn't find a good goat class in Clark County. And so Alina provided the 4 goats for the goat class. And she learned there, I assuming this, she had a favorite goat she thought would be the best goat. And the judge or Bernie or whoever said, no, we're not starting with the one that's your favorite. We're starting with a different one. We don't want excessive rumen capacity and gut. We want muscle and meat. So she switched a little bit because she got that guidance from helping out with Area Animal Science Days.
Yeah, this is Kate Quarters contestant. Boy, she's got quite a coat on up there. It's pretty awesome.
Pretty sparkly.
I think this might be her first champion animal.
So Will and Amber, her parents. Amber was involved with our Farm Tech Days committee, and Will I've known well before he's been there, but he's a herdsman, or I guess technically not number one, but he's the cow at the Ag Research Station, Marshfield Ag Research Station in Stratford. So I had a nice visit with Will today. So.
Yeah, they should be pretty excited.
$6,000.
Here we go. We're getting north of 6,000.
62, 63 now, 64 and 65 now, 66 and 67, 68 now, 69, 69, $7,000. How about 71, 7100?
7,001, 72, 2, 72, 3, 73,
All right.
100, 73,
Getting north of 7,000.
75,
Just went over it, huh?
76 now, 77 now, 78, 78 now, 79, 79, 79, $8,000, 81.
Now, do you have insight? This sheep, they've left a lot of the hair below the hock. So what does that enhance?
You know, Matt, it's one thing I don't claim I know a lot about.
Sheep fitting is not your
Sheep
thing?
fitting is not my thing. That used to be slick down there back in the day, and now they've got it where they want the little fur down there.
I think it gives some impression of width. It must. 10,000. It's going to be a great sale, I'll tell you. This isn't 10,000 for a 1,500-pound steer. This is 10,000 for a
130-pound lamb.
147.
147.
10, 7, 10, 6 and out, 10, 7, 10, 6 and out, 10, 7, 10, you got 10,000, 6 and out, 10, 7, $10,600, your way, Casper, number
$10,600 to A&B Processing Systems, IBT Corporation out of Stratford.
They've been a good supporter of the sale.
Process Systems is your buyer. A&B Process Systems, JBT Corp. We thank you very much. 2 more quick donations. The land purchase.
So what kind of business is that, A&B Processing?
Fabrication, stainless steel welding.
So stainless steel welding with our cheese factories and stuff like that is a big business in central Wisconsin.
Champion market hog. This is a 287-pound hog
What do we
sold by
got here?
Anna Gilman of the Girl Scouts. Anna's parents are Andrea Moosh and Jason Gilman. She's 13 years old. She's an 8th grader at Wisconsin Rapids Area Middle School. She's been showing for 3 years. She also received champion heavyweight market hog and reserve champions intermediate showman. So congratulations on that.
So you got to see 2 totally different hogs as far as color pattern. You got a black hog and you got an all white
hog. And another Southwood County finalist here. Yep. And Girl Scouts. I think this is, we've had this quite often, but usually only maybe 1 or 2 exhibitors that come to us, not through the 4-H or FFA program. I think we had a few that were Wood County Junior Holstein.
$6,250, now 65, 165, 67, 7,000, 7250, 7250, now 75.
You know, for her to be up there in our hog show, to win our hog show, you got to have a really good hog, because there's some good hogs at our fair. Really high quality show hogs.
9,000 now 9250, 9250, 9,500, 9,500, 9250, 9,500.
Hog's name is Elvin, and that's after Elvin and the Chipmunks.
Now, this is a barrel, so this is a male pig. I'm not sure the reserve champion if that was a male or female gilt, but this is a barrel.
She also does aqua skiers and riding horses. And this is a neat comment. She loves seeing the transformation in her pigs from start to finish. So obviously this animal transformed exactly how you want it to do.
They're north of $11,000 on this champion hog.
11,500 now 11,750. 11,750. How about $12,000? Thank you now 12,250. 12,250. 12,000.
A lot of excitement.
Yes, there is. I think you're getting some bidders putting their money together.
12,750. 12,500. 12,750. Now we're at 13,000. $13,000. 13,000. 12,750. How about 13,000?
See if you can get 13 for this pig.
13,250. 11 to 13,200. 13,500. 13,500. 13,500. 13,750. 13,750. 13,750. 11 to 13,750. 13,750.
Oh, you got it.
$13,000 on a champion hog.
There you go. Now we're going up north of 13,000.
14,250. 11 to 13,500.
We're over 14.
14,500.
Oh, that was quick.
13,750. 14,500. And now 13,750. Now 15,000. 15,000 to 11 to 15. $15,000 and 15.
those banners that you're giving to your champions are pretty slick.
15,500, 15,500, 15,500.
Oh, we're up to north of 15. There we go.
$15,750 bid, 15,750.
That pig handles really well.
15,750.
Some work put in there.
15,750. I sold the champion on $15,500, and that is going to go to buyer number 312.
$15,500 for the champion hog, shown by
Wirtz and Company.
I want to see your smile. before
Wirtz
you
and
use
Company.
yours.
All right.
I think so.
Yeah, to get those, you know, when you watch that hog go across the stage and watch her drive that hog,
Really smooth.
yeah, you typically when you know, if you have a hog program like that, you're walking that thing in the morning and you're walking it at night, and exercising it and also getting it to train like that.
So buyer 68.
Oh, other
is
buyers. It's a
DC
syndicate.
Cold Storage is one of your buyers. 206.
DC Cold Storage is a part of it.
Palm Septic Service is another buyer. Palm Septic Service. Buyer 312 is the original Works and Company. And buyer 31
Palm Septic Service.
is Bertram Juneman Well Drilling. So a combination
Bertram
of those four,
Juneman.
purchasing the Grand Champion Market Hog. So we thank you very much.
I'm thinking that sounds kind of like a Rudolph Southwood County group.
Good for them. That's awesome. They get grouped together.
Champions.
So we got
now
a
the
champion
championship.
dairy beef in
Ryan
there.
Bernick, he knows what this is all about. The Bernick family's had multiple champions with their dairy steer.
The Grand Champion.
Well, they kind of do this for a business, don't they?
Little tidbit about
Former dairy farmers.
Yeah, a little tidbit about Ryan. Ryan goes to Columbus High School. He's involved in athletics, and he got the pitch in the state championship game last year. When Columbus won the state championship, Ryan pitched 4 innings in it. So Ryan's had a good year with athletics or with showing.
2024. So this is his 3rd time around. I'd like to thank my dad.
Ryan's favorite part of the fair week is hanging out with friends and making memories.
All the work behind the scenes. My siblings for helping work my steer when I couldn't. And finally, I want to thank all my previous buyers and bidders over the years. So at this point in time, we are selling the Grand Champion Dairy Steer for Ryan Bernick.
And Ryan Bernick, he also shows at the state fair. His family has made that jump and gone to the state fair. And actually, they won the dairy show last year and were in the auction of champions, the state fair for their dairy steer.
So I wanted to get there, and then the sale kept on going. But Mark, you've been instrumental in getting kids down to the state fair. If not as an exhibitor, you made the case for market animal sale that would be a useful educational activity. And I think you guys have funded like the bus. So I think this is a passion of yours.
Yeah, we took 43 people down from Wood County this year. Yeah,
and you've been doing it for a while now.
Yeah, we've been trying to get them exposed.
And you pick, what day do you go?
We go on the Wednesday when they show the livestock, the market animals, and then they have the auction at night.
And
he's already up to $13,000 on his steer.
Do you think that was influential in convincing like the Burnetts that they should show them?
Maybe. I like to think that way, I guess, to spend a day with these kids, but
I sold them $13,000 right down
$13,000 for the champion dairy.
So we should do this. This came out of the lightweight class.
Yeah, this is
this is one of the shorter framed Holstein steers. Closer to the beef type animal is what they won with.
Yeah, that Masonville Dairy bought that champion steer for $13,000, and obviously Masonville Dairy has been a super supporter.
But they're listing more.
Partners Bank,
Wheeler Power Pack,
I-State Truck Service, and Forward Bank. So that is your buying group led by
you got them all?
Dairy buyer number 184.
I Group, Power Pack.
Masonville.
And now, that will bring us to the final animal in our
Here's your
sale
grand
for
champion animal.
2026. This will be the grand champion market steer.
This is a trend in the beef industry. These smoky colored steers. Actually, the grand champion steer, grand and reserve champion steer at the state fair was a smoky colored steer like this.
Oh, and the hair, right?
Yeah.
You said that they used to have a lot of hair, but we do hair differently now.
Double major
Yeah,
in
this
business management and accounting, so she can figure out how to
She's,
spend
you know,
this money.
the Potts family have been, they've been on the stage here quite a bit over the years. They do a great job.
I think Grandpa would have been one of the founders of the show.
We also had the grand champion market steer in 2022. My favorite fair memory was winning grand champion beef steer in 2022, especially since all of our animals are born and raised on our farm. And winning the Supreme Showmanship contest last year when I got to show pigs, sheep, and beef. I would like to thank my dad Neil, my mom Brenda, my brother Adam, and Grace for the countless hours they put into helping me with my animals. I would truly not be able to succeed in this project without them, and I appreciate the support in everything I am involved in. To conclude the sale with the 1,428-pound grand champion market steer shown by Michelle Potts.
And I think I was talking over when I was explaining this, but she's a business management student at UW La Crosse, and she plays pickleball and volleyball.
And the Potts family, this is definitely a family event for them. They've been doing this many
years.
And Adam's up there. He's done showing.
He stepped into his spot about 862 years ago, taking care of this.
862 years, he just said.
So let's all give Rod a big round of applause.
You heard it from the box that Rod's been there for 862 years.
Not necessary, but thank you.
Yeah, he's done. You know, he shows up, not always, but he shows up to Market Animal Sale Committee, and he's always got some really insightful things. And if we took too long or if something wasn't right, he's going to point it out and offer a solution usually. Right?
It's a beautiful steer.
I guess I didn't realize that. I knew they bred their own animals. I didn't know that it's pretty much always their own animals.
Yeah, it's their own animals. He's got some cows that he breeds to club calf bulls. And I talked to Neil about this. This is one of his better calves he's ever had. He used to be very proud of raising something like this. It takes a lot of work. And
from your own stuff.
From your own stuff. It takes a little luck, too, to get an animal that's genetically like this.
So now you've got these nice cows at your place, but no one to show them anymore.
So he wants to show, I guess they need to contact me.
Okay, we're putting an advertisement in.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's all the grand champion steer, $12,500. Fire number 53. Thank you very much on behalf of
$12,500.
Michelle Potts, Marshall FFA. Who bought it?
Complete filtration.
Complete filtration resources.
Services over here. Everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll see you
And they've been a big supporter of our sale over the years as well, Complete Filtration.
Well, I think we'll hang around here a little bit more. Maybe we'll get some summary from Ag Country as far as the averages. But just, well, it's happening year after year, but we just keep on exceeding the previous year every year. Also, we started at, it's 10:14 now. When did we start, Mark?
We started at 6:30. We sold the first animal. So we want to be done by 10, but we're not too bad. It was a great sale. Thank you for all the supporters. If you're listening, thanks for listening. But yeah, there was another. It's going to be interesting to get the numbers.
Yes.
It's going to be, I'll tell you now, it's going to be
big numbers.
Big numbers.
Yeah. It's going to be big numbers for the gross, and it's going to be big numbers for the averages.
Yeah, that's.